There is something quietly remarkable about secrets. Not the loud kind, not the ones whispered urgently in dark alleyways or shouted across crowded rooms. No, the kind I want to tell you about tonight are the soft ones, the slow ones, the kind that lived inside the flutter of a fan or the angle of a gloved hand resting lightly on a ballroom railing. Tonight, you are entering a world of silent conversations. A world where a woman's wrist could tell a man everything he needed to know without a single word passing between them. A world of drawing rooms and candlelit ballrooms, of silk and ivory, of longing pressed behind propriety, and of a secret language so elegant, so deliberately hidden in plain sight, that most of the people standing in the same room never even knew it was being spoken. Come in, sit down. Let the night settle around you. We have a long and quiet story to tell. Before we begin, and we will begin slowly, I promise you that, if this is the kind of story that makes your shoulders drop just a little, the kind that makes the room feel smaller and warmer and quieter, then you might enjoy spending more evenings here. There's a subscribe button somewhere nearby, and pressing it costs you nothing, but means that the next time you need a quiet story to carry you through the night, we'll be right here waiting. And if you'd like to leave a comment, even just to say you're listening, even just to say where in the world you are right now as this voice finds you, please do. There's something lovely about knowing that someone in a warm room somewhere is drifting off to the sound of a story about fans and gloves and long-forgotten love. Now, shall we begin? The world that made the fan necessary, Victorian England, and the architecture of silence, let us start, as all good historical stories should, not in the middle of the excitement, but at the very beginning, at the edges of things, at the world that made the fan necessary in the first place, because the fan did not appear in a vacuum. Nothing in history ever does. The language of the fan, that beautiful, elaborate, almost impossibly subtle system of gestures and signals that we are going to spend this long evening exploring together, that language was born out of a very specific kind of world. A world with very specific rules. A world where people needed it desperately, in a way that we perhaps no longer fully understand. That world was Victorian England. And to understand Victorian England, to really feel it, the way the people who lived inside it felt it, you have to understand one central truth about that society. One thing that shaped almost every interaction, every relationship, every glance across a ballroom floor. That truth is this: almost nothing could be said directly, not between men and women, not in polite society, not without consequence. We are talking about a world governed by a code of conduct so intricate, so precisely calibrated, that entire books were written to help people navigate it. Etiquette manuals were among the most popular publications of the 19th century. They sold in enormous quantities. They were read by aspiring middle-class families in Birmingham and Manchester, by country gentry in Shropshire and Devon, by newly minted industrialists' wives who desperately wanted to do the right thing at the right moment, and never, under any circumstances, embarrassed themselves or their families in mixed company. And what these books made abundantly clear, what they hammered home, chapter after chapter, with varying degrees of patient explanation and barely concealed alarm, was that the rules were everywhere and they were strict, and the consequences of breaking them were real. Let me paint you a picture of what daily life looked like for a young woman of the Victorian middle or upper classes, because it is in this picture that the fan begins to make sense. Imagine yourself as a young woman in, let's say, 1865, London, Your family has a good address somewhere in Mayfair or Belgravia, or perhaps one of the quieter streets in Kensington. Your father is a solicitor, or perhaps a merchant, or perhaps a gentleman of modest inherited means. You are 18 or 20 or 23. You are educated, perhaps unusually so for the time if your family is progressive. You can read and write beautifully. You play the piano. You embroider. You speak passable French. You have read novels, probably more of them than your mother officially knows about. And you are unmarried. In Victorian England, being an unmarried young woman of the middle and upper classes meant existing in a state of careful, constant, watchful confinement. Not the dramatic dungeon and chains kind of confinement. The quiet kind, the polite kind, the kind that smiled at you and offered you tea and then monitored your every move. You could not go out alone. Not without a chaperone, a companion, an older female relative, a paid attendant whose entire purpose was to ensure that you were never, under any conceivable circumstances, alone with a man who was not a family member. If you were seen alone with a man walking, talking, sitting in a garden, your reputation could be damaged, permanently, in ways that had material consequences for the rest of your life. You could not initiate contact with men you were not introduced to. Introductions followed strict hierarchies. A woman of higher social standing could not be introduced to a woman of lower standing without the right intermediary. A man could not speak to a woman at a ball unless they had been formally introduced. These were not suggestions. They were rules observed with the kind of religious seriousness that modern readers often find baffling. And yet, and this is the thing, people fell in love anyway. Of course they did. They were human. They were young and curious and full of feeling, and they were surrounded by other young, curious, feeling people at a constant parade of social events designed, however obliquely, to give them the opportunity to do exactly that. Balls, evening parties, promenades, garden fêtes, afternoon calls, opera evenings, the season in London, the country house visits in autumn. The entire social machinery of Victorian upper-middle-class life was, at its heart, a very elaborate system for getting young people of appropriate backgrounds into the same rooms together and hoping that something would happen, but nothing could be said, not directly, not openly, not without a prior introduction, not without a chaperone nearby, not without the proper social scaffolding in place. You could not walk across a ballroom and say to a handsome young man, "I find you very interesting and I should like to know you better." The very thought would have made Victorian women collapse with horrified laughter, so they found other ways. They developed, over generations, a whole vocabulary of silence, a whole grammar of gesture and object and glance and arrangement. A secret language so refined, so elegantly designed, that it could exist in full view of every chaperone in the room and remain completely invisible to anyone who hadn't been taught to read it. The fan was its most important word. The fan itself, a brief history of an object before we talk about what the fan meant. Let's talk about what it was. Because the fan, as an object, has a history all its own, and that history matters, because it tells us how the fan became so deeply embedded in the social life of the 19th century that it could evolve into a communication device at all. Fans are ancient, much older than Victoria, much older than England, for that matter. The earliest fans we know of were simple objects, bundles of feathers, woven reeds, large leaves shaped into a rough paddle, and used for precisely the practical purpose you'd expect, moving air across a hot face. The ancient Egyptians used fans. So did the ancient Greeks and Romans. Fans appear in the art of ancient China, Japan, India, and Korea, in forms so sophisticated and beautiful that they became objects of status and ceremony long before they became fashion accessories. In China, the folding fan appears to have been invented sometime around the 10th or 11th century. There is some scholarly debate about the exact dating, and the question of whether the folding fan originated in China or Japan first has been argued by historians for generations without definitive resolution. What we do know is that by the 12th and 13th centuries, folding fans were objects of considerable artistic and cultural significance in East Asia, decorated with paintings and calligraphy, given as diplomatic gifts used in dance and theater, and imbued with a complex symbolic vocabulary that would not have seemed strange to the Victorians at all. Fans arrived in Europe gradually, carried west along the trade routes that connected the continent to Asia. By the 16th century, they were fashionable at the courts of France, Spain, Italy, and England. Catherine de' Medici, the Florentine noblewoman who became Queen of France, is often credited with introducing the folding fan to the French court, though whether this is precisely accurate or simply a good story that history decided to keep is difficult to determine with certainty. What is certain is that by the mid-16th century, the fan was established as a luxury item in European courtly culture. Queen Elizabeth I of England was famously fond of fans. She received them as gifts. She appears in portraits with them. The Elizabethan fan tended to be large and round, made of feathers. Ostrich feathers were particularly prized, set into handles of carved ivory or gold. These were not objects designed for practical cooling. They were objects designed to demonstrate that their owner could afford ostrich feathers and carved ivory, and that she was sophisticated enough to know what to do with them. Over the 17th and 18th centuries, the fan developed both in complexity and in cultural significance across Europe. Fan making became a specialized craft, with guilds in France and England regulating who could make fans and how. The materials became more diverse and more elaborate: silk, lace, chicken skin, a fine vellum made from the skin of unborn calves, rather disturbing to modern ears, but considered extremely fine in its time, carved ivory sticks, mother of pearl, tortoiseshell painted wood. The decoration became increasingly elaborate: hand-painted pastoral scenes, mythological tableaus, portraits, botanical illustrations, genre scenes from daily life. By the 18th century, French fans in particular had reached a level of artistic elaboration that makes them, in the 21st century, some of the most coveted objects in decorative arts collections. Museums from London to New York to Tokyo hold them carefully in climate-controlled cases and occasionally display them under very low light, because the silk and paper are fragile after 2.5 centuries, and the paintings on them are extraordinarily fine. In the Victorian era, and here we arrive at the world we're actually interested in, the fan was ubiquitous. Every woman of any social standing above the working class owned at least one. Women of means owned many. A fan was not merely an accessory, it was practically a uniform. To attend a ball or an evening party or the opera without a fan was almost unthinkable. The fan was as essential a part of a woman's formal evening costume as her gloves or her jewels. And this ubiquity, this presence of fans in every social situation, is what made the language of the fan possible in the first place. The fan was so normal, so expected, so completely unremarkable in the social landscape of Victorian life that no one thought twice about the fact that a woman was holding one. which meant that what she did with it could pass completely unnoticed, or noticed only by the person it was meant for. That was the genius of it. The chaperone problem: to fully appreciate what the language of the fan represented, why it existed, why people bothered to develop it and learn it and use it, you need to understand what it felt like to live under the chaperone system. Because the chaperone was everywhere. The chaperone was not, in the Victorian imagination, a villain. She was a protector, a necessity. A social institution whose purpose was to safeguard young women from the dangers of their own feelings and from the predatory intentions of men, or more precisely, to safeguard the family's reputation and the young woman's marriageability, which were understood to be the same thing. Young women of the middle and upper classes could not attend social events without one, could not receive male visitors at home without one present, could not go for a walk in a public park, ride in a carriage, attend the theater, or visit shops in certain circumstances without the protective presence of an older married woman whose role was to ensure that no improperness occurred, and more importantly, that no improperness could be suspected, because the appearance of propriety was, in some respects, even more important than its reality. Imagine spending every social occasion of your young life with someone whose job was to watch you. Not unkindly, necessarily. Many chaperones were mothers, aunts, older sisters, family friends who genuinely cared for their charges, but they were watching, always watching, monitoring which young men came to speak to you and for how long, noting who danced with you and how many times, keeping careful track of whether any particular gentleman seemed perhaps a little too attentive, or whether you seemed perhaps a little too pleased about it. And because they were watching, because the whole room was, in a sense, always watching, because this was a social world in which everyone's reputation was publicly managed and publicly judged, communication between young men and women had to be extraordinarily circumspect. You could not linger too long in conversation with a man you were not already closely acquainted with. You could not show obvious signs of particular interest or preference. You could not initiate contact, could not send a note without risk, could not arrange a private meeting without serious consequences if discovered. And yet, people needed to communicate. People who were attracted to each other, people who were falling in love, people who had things they desperately wanted to say and no sanctioned way to say them. They needed channels, outlets, methods. The fan was one of them. But before we go deeper into the fan itself, I want you to understand that the fan language didn't exist in isolation. It was part of a much larger vocabulary of silent communication that the Victorians developed, a whole secret world of signs and symbols operating just beneath the surface of proper society. And to appreciate the fan language fully, we need to understand something of that broader context. The broader world of Victorian silent communication. The Victorians were, in many respects, enormously creative about finding ways to communicate things they couldn't say aloud. This creativity wasn't peculiar to England. Versions of it existed across European society, but it reached, in Victorian England, a particular pitch of elaboration. The language of flowers, called floriography, was perhaps the best known of these systems. The idea that specific flowers carried specific meanings was old. Various ancient cultures associated particular plants with particular deities or qualities. But in the 18th and especially the 19th century, flower language was codified into a formal system, with dictionaries published to help people decode the bouquets they received. A red rose meant love. A yellow rose could mean friendship or infidelity. depending on which dictionary you consulted. A pansy meant, "think of me." Forget-me-nots meant exactly what they said. Ivy meant fidelity. A withered flower could mean rejected love. A thornless rose meant there is everything to hope for. These were the broad strokes of a language that, in its finer details, became almost absurdly specific. There were meanings assigned to hundreds of flowers and plants and trees and herbs, and a well-composed bouquet could theoretically convey an entire message. Whether anyone actually used florography in the way the dictionaries described, whether young men really spent time composing bouquets with encoded meanings, and young women really spent time decoding them, is a question historians debate. The dictionaries certainly sold well. The idea was enormously popular in the cultural imagination, and there is evidence that educated young people of the period at least knew the system well enough to play with it. Then there was the language of stamps. In the era before telephone, before you could simply ring someone up and say what you meant, letters were the primary means of personal communication, and stamps, placed in different positions on an envelope, were said to carry different meanings. A stamp placed upside down in the top right corner might mean, "I love you." A stamp turned sideways might mean something else entirely. Whether this was truly a systematic practice or more of a charming folk tradition is, again, debated by historians, but the idea of it captures something true about the Victorian hunger for secret channels of communication. Gloves, too, had their language. The way a glove was dropped, or worn, or carried, or given, these were all said to carry meaning. And handkerchiefs, and the arrangement of flowers in a buttonhole. All of these systems, real or partially mythologized, widely practiced or more aspirational than actual, point to the same underlying truth about Victorian social life. The pressure of propriety was so great, and the need for genuine human connection so powerful, that people developed whole invisible vocabularies to bridge the gap. The fan language was the most elaborate of these vocabularies, the most systematized, the most widely documented, and in its way, the most beautiful. Let us now learn to speak it. The architecture of the language, how the fan vocabulary was structured. Any language has a grammar, a set of rules by which its words and gestures and sounds are arranged into meaning. The language of the fan was no different. It had a vocabulary, specific gestures assigned to specific meanings, and it had a grammar, rules about how those gestures were combined, qualified, emphasized, or modified. Before we go through the vocabulary in detail, let's talk about the grammar, about how the system worked as a system. The most fundamental unit of the fan language was the relationship between the fan and the body, where the fan was held, how it moved. These were the basic building blocks, and they organized themselves around a few key axes. The first axis was open versus closed. An open fan and a closed fan meant different things, not just symbolically, but practically, because an open fan creates more opportunities for gesture and expression, while a closed fan is a compact object that can be pointed, tapped, pressed against things, raised, lowered, and moved in more precise ways. The second axis was the position of the fan relative to the face. This was particularly important. The fan held near the face, touching or nearly touching various features, the right cheek, the left cheek, the lips, the eyes, the forehead, created a whole subcategory of meaning. The face was the most expressive part of the body, and bringing the fan into contact with the face magnified that expressiveness while also, paradoxically, partly concealing it. The third axis was the relationship between the fan and the other person in the communication. Was the fan turned toward them, turned away? Was it opened in their direction or closed in their direction? Was it raised as they approached, lowered as they spoke? And the fourth axis, subtler and perhaps the most interesting, was the speed and rhythm of the fan's movement. A fan moved quickly, nervously, could indicate agitation or urgency. A fan moved slowly and deliberately, opened and closed with careful timing, indicated something more considered, more intentional. A fan that stopped moving altogether, held suddenly still, was a gesture of attention, of waiting. These four axes, open-closed, position relative to face, orientation toward the other person, speed and rhythm of movement, provided the structural framework within which the vocabulary of specific gestures operated. Now, let's talk about who knew this language and how they learned it. Learning the language, it is tempting to imagine the language of the fan as a formal curriculum, something young women were taught systematically, the way they were taught French or pianoforte, or the proper way to enter a room. A set of lessons, perhaps from a dancing master or an older female relative, with a list of gestures and their meanings to be memorized and practiced. The reality was almost certainly more complicated than that. The language of the fan, in its Victorian incarnation, was not a single unified system. It was more like a dialect, a broadly shared set of conventions that had some core elements everyone knew, surrounded by regional variations, personal adaptations, and individual improvisations. The same gesture might have slightly different shades of meaning in London society versus in the country. An older woman who had been using fan language since the 1840s might use different conventions from a young woman who learned it in the 1880s, and much of it was learned not through formal instruction but through observation, through watching older women in ballrooms, through discussions with friends. Through the fan language dictionaries that were published in considerable number throughout the 19th century, small, charming little books that listed gestures and their meanings, sometimes with illustrations, and that circulated among young women the way celebrity gossip magazines might circulate today. These dictionaries are fascinating objects. They survive in archives and library collections and the occasional antique shop, their pages softened with age, their covers worn smooth by decades of handling. Looking at them now, you get a strong sense of the culture that produced them, the mixture of earnestness and playfulness, the awareness that this was a kind of game, but also the genuine need behind it. The dictionaries don't all agree with each other, which is itself historically interesting. Different dictionaries assign different meanings to the same gesture. One might say that touching the fan to the right cheek means yes, while another might say it means something slightly different. These inconsistencies drove historians slightly mad when they first began studying the phenomenon. Were people genuinely confused? Were they using incompatible systems? Was there actually no systematic language at all, just a myth of one? The most likely answer, historians now generally agree, is that the language was real but flexible, that there were broad conventions widely shared, and finer details that varied by time, place, social circle, and individual usage. Like any living language, it was not perfectly standardized. It was in constant, organic evolution. What made it work despite these inconsistencies was context. Two people using fan language to communicate were not relying solely on the gesture to convey meaning. They were relying on the gesture in combination with eye contact, facial expression, the physical setting, the social situation, and whatever prior communication had already passed between them. A gesture that was ambiguous in isolation became clear in context. The published dictionaries, let me take a moment to describe some of these dictionaries in a little more detail, because they're extraordinary artifacts, and because understanding them helps us understand how the language was used. The tradition of publishing fan language guides in England goes back at least to the early 18th century. In 1711, a writer named Joseph Addison, one of the founders of the influential periodical The Spectator, published a rather tongue-in-cheek piece describing what he called a fan exercise, a somewhat satirical take on the elaborate system of fan gestures that fashionable women were apparently already using. Addison's tone was gently mocking, but the underlying reality he was describing, women using fans to communicate in social situations, was clearly real enough to be recognizable to his readers. Over the following century and a half, this tradition of documentation accumulated. By the Victorian era, there were numerous published guides to fan language, some serious and instructional, some more playful and entertaining, some positioned explicitly as novelties or gift items. They ranged from small, elegant little booklets to more substantial volumes that placed the fan language in the broader context of etiquette and social conduct. One of the most frequently cited of these Victorian-era guides listed something in the region of 24 core gestures, each with an assigned meaning. Let me walk you through some of them, and as I do, I want you to try to picture the social world in which these gestures would have been used: the ballroom, the drawing room, the opera box, the garden party. The women who used them, dressed in their elaborate gowns, moving through spaces governed by rules that we have largely forgotten. Carrying the fan in the right hand in front of the face, follow me. A compelling opening gesture when you think about it. A woman carrying her fan before her face signals to a particular man that she wants him to follow her, to move in her direction, to position himself within speaking distance. But because the fan is before her face, what looks from across the room like simple self-conscious fanning could easily be just that: a woman cooling herself in a warm ballroom, carrying the fan in the left hand in front of the face. I am desirous of your acquaintance. The left hand versus the right hand. In the right hand, an invitation to approach. In the left hand, an expression of desire for introduction. The subtle difference between follow me and I want to know you. Both are invitations. Both are things that a young Victorian woman could not say directly, but with the fan she could say them without saying a word. Drawing the fan across the cheek, I love you. Consider the boldness of this gesture in context. In a world where I love you could not be spoken in polite company without severe social consequence, where even showing obvious particular preference for a man could raise eyebrows and generate gossip, this gesture allowed a woman to make one of the most significant declarations of human emotional life in a format completely invisible to the uninitiated. The fan is drawn slowly across the cheek. To an observer, it looks like nothing more than a woman idly touching her face with her fan. To the man who knows the language, it is everything. Threatening the fan, do not be so impudent. I love this one because it suggests the full range of what the language was used for. It wasn't only for declarations of love and invitations to approach. It also had defensive gestures, cautionary gestures, gestures designed to communicate displeasure and discouragement. The language gave women tools not just for expressing desire, but for deflecting it. Drawing the fan through the hand, I hate you. Sharp and clear, unambiguous, at least to someone who knew what they were seeing. In a social world where expressing hatred or even strong dislike toward a man directly was deeply improper for a woman, where the expected performance was always of pleasant, gentle, unchallenging femininity, This gesture was almost transgressive. "I hate you," said silently, invisibly, with absolute clarity. "Dropping the fan, we will be friends." Dropping an object, a fan, a glove, a handkerchief, had a special status in Victorian social ritual. It was one of the few circumstances in which physical proximity between strangers could be engineered. If a woman dropped her fan and a man retrieved it, they were momentarily interacting. A brief exchange of words was permitted. Eye contact was made. The significance of this moment was well understood. But in the fan language proper, the deliberate dropping of the fan carried a specific meaning. We will be friends. An offer of friendly acquaintance, more neutral than love, less cold than nothing. Fanning slowly, I am married. A quieter gesture, this one, and a somewhat melancholy one. A slow fan telling a would-be suitor without words that she is already spoken for. The information delivered gently, in a gesture that could pass for simple, absent-minded fanning. Fanning quickly, I am engaged. The faster fan carrying a more urgent message. There is already a particular attachment. Step back. This avenue is closed. Opening and shutting the fan, you are cruel. What an elegant expression of feminine frustration this is. The fan opening and closing repeatedly, a gesture that could look like restlessness or inattention, carries an accusation so strong that it would be quite impossible to voice in the drawing room. You are being cruel to me. You know you are being cruel. The gesture communicates a private grievance in a public setting without disturbing the surface of propriety at all. Carrying the fan in the right hand, you are too willing. A discouragement. You are being too forward. Pull back. Carrying the fan in the left hand, I am satisfied. A contentment signal, all is well. Twirling the fan in the left hand, I wish to get rid of you. Direct, efficient, devastating. The fan rotating slowly in the left hand. Go away, but gently. Because we are in a ballroom and there are people watching and we are both pretending that nothing at all is being communicated. Twirling the fan in the right hand, I love another. Perhaps the saddest of all the gestures in the vocabulary. The fan rotating in the right hand, telling someone who perhaps hopes to be loved that the heart is already given elsewhere. A rejection that is also a confession. An ending and a declaration at once. Placing the fan behind the head with the finger, do not forget me. Opening the fan wide, wait for me. Carrying the fan half opened across the face, come and speak to me. Shutting the fan very slowly, I promise to marry you. Hold that last one for a moment. I promise to marry you. A gesture so significant, so momentous in its implication, that in the Victorian world it would have been utterly unacceptable to make it directly. A woman could not propose marriage. The social architecture simply didn't allow for it. It was a man's prerogative, and even a man had to navigate it carefully. Approach the father first, secure permission, then approach the young woman with the right words in the right setting. The formal machinery of Victorian courtship was elaborate and slow and heavily gendered, but the fan could carry this message across a ballroom without a single word being spoken. The fan shutting slowly, deliberately, with obvious intention, and if the man knew the language, and she knew he knew, and he understood, then something had been communicated that would take months of proper courtship to make official. A secret promise, made in front of everyone, seen by no one. Variations and elaborations beyond the core vocabulary. The fan language had layers of elaboration and variation. Some of these were about modifying the basic gestures, changing the meaning slightly by combining a standard gesture with something else. The position of the eyes, for instance. A woman using the fan language was not relying on the fan alone. She was also using eye contact, or its deliberate absence. A gesture performed while meeting the other person's gaze carried a different weight from the same gesture performed while looking away. This gave the language another dimension, not just what the fan said, but how it said it. Some practitioners of the fan language reportedly developed personal signals, private codes between two people who had already established communication. Once a man and woman had identified each other as fluent in the language, they could develop their own private extensions of the standard vocabulary, additional gestures with meanings known only to the two of them. This is speculative, based more on literary sources than on direct historical documentation, but it has a compelling plausibility to it. Any shared language between two people inevitably develops private dimensions. The color of the fan could carry meaning in some contexts. A white fan in some traditions meant innocence or sincerity. A black fan could indicate grief or seriousness. Red fans were associated with passion, blue with fidelity. Though these color associations were looser than the gesture language and more culturally specific, different traditions assigned different meanings to colors. The material of the fan also carried some social significance, though this was less about specific encoded meaning and more about what the material communicated about the owner's status and taste. A fan with ivory sticks and painted silk meant something different about its owner than a fan with painted paper and simple wooden sticks, not in terms of the language, but in terms of the social context in which the language was being spoken. And the design on the fan itself could be meaningful. Some fans were made with specific designs that carried symbolic weight, love scenes from mythology, images of hearts and flowers, pastoral landscapes that evoked freedom and longing. A woman who chose to carry a fan with a particular design to a particular event might be making a statement with her choice of fan before she had made a single gesture with it. The full picture, when you begin to assemble all of these layers, the gesture vocabulary, the grammatical modifiers, the eye contact dynamics, the color associations, the symbolic designs, is of a communication system of genuine complexity. Not quite as complex as a spoken language, perhaps, but far more sophisticated than a simple set of signals. It was, in its way, a remarkable human achievement, born of necessity, developed through practice, passed between women and between men who paid attention, through a long, slow, quiet process of cultural transmission that no one directed and no institution controlled. The men who learned to read suitors, observers, and the question of male fluency, we've been talking so far mostly about the women who used the fan language. But there were two sides to every conversation held in this silent vocabulary. For the fan language to work, for a gesture to mean anything at all, someone had to be watching who understood what they were seeing. So what about the men? The question of male fluency in the fan language is one of the more interesting puzzles in the history of this subject. The published fan language dictionaries were aimed primarily at women. They were sold in shops that sold fans and ladies' accessories. They were written in a tone addressed to a female readership. They were positioned as a kind of charming social tool for women navigating the drawing room. But a language that only one party speaks is not a language at all. It's a monologue. For the fan language to function as genuine two-way communication, men had to be able to read it, and the evidence strongly suggests that many of them could. How did they learn? Several ways, most likely. Some learned from the dictionaries themselves. The same publications aimed at women were also purchased and read by men, or shared between young men of similar social circles who were interested in navigating the complexities of drawing room society. A young man determined to make his way in the fashionable world had considerable incentive to learn the rules of that world, and the fan language was one of the more useful of those rules to know. Some learned from sisters or cousins or female friends who taught them, either deliberately, sharing the language as a kind of game, or inadvertently, by using it in ways that were observed and decoded over time. Some learned through the popular literature of the period. Novels and short stories, and the Victorians were prodigious consumers of fiction, frequently referenced the fan language. Characters in Victorian novels drop fans, press fans to their cheeks, open and close fans in moments of emotional significance. A reader who followed popular fiction closely would absorb a working vocabulary of fan gestures through sheer exposure. And some men, almost certainly, simply paid very close attention to the women around them and developed their own intuitive reading of what the fan was doing. The result was a social situation in which there was a kind of asymmetry of knowledge. Most women in polite society knew the language. Some men did, probably the more socially sophisticated ones, the ones who spent a great deal of time in fashionable company, the ones who were consciously cultivating the skills necessary for success in the drawing room. And other men were completely unaware of it, moving through ballrooms and parties without any idea that the women around them were conducting entire conversations in a vocabulary they couldn't see. This asymmetry created some interesting dynamics. A woman skilled in the fan language could, in theory, have a fairly substantive exchange with a man who also knew it, in the same room, in full view of a chaperone, without either of them appearing to do anything more improper than standing in proximity and occasionally glancing at each other. The chaperone, unless she also happened to be fluent in the language, which some certainly were, would see nothing of concern. But a woman using the fan language with a man who didn't know it would simply be waving her fan about. The communication would be entirely one-sided, meaningful only to herself, which raises the interesting possibility that the fan language was sometimes used not as actual communication, but as a kind of private performance, a way of expressing feelings that had no real audience, a secret diary written on air. Or, and this thought is a little melancholy, a woman might use the language not knowing whether the man she was addressing could read it or not, hoping that he could. Sending messages into an uncertain silence and waiting to see if they would come back answered in kind. The male version, gloves and handkerchiefs, it would be a mistake to think that the non-verbal language of Victorian social life was exclusively a female domain. Men had their own versions of it, less elaborate perhaps, because men existed under somewhat less severe social restrictions and had more direct avenues of communication available to them, but still present. The language of gloves was one that men participated in as well. A gentleman's gloves, white kid gloves, were standard for formal evening occasions, carried certain possibilities for silent communication. Removing one glove completely while leaving the other on could indicate particular attention to a specific individual. Carrying both gloves rather than wearing them, or playing with one glove while in conversation, could signal nervousness or particular interest. The handkerchief had its own, somewhat separate vocabulary. A handkerchief dropped by a man or a woman created that essential moment of sanctioned physical proximity, the brief interaction of retrieval and return. A handkerchief pressed to the lips could indicate a kiss sent silently across a room. A handkerchief waved briefly at a departing person was the standard gesture of farewell. A man's buttonhole, the flower worn in the buttonhole of a jacket, carried meaning in the language of flowers. And the placement of his hat, the angle of his walking stick, the direction of his gaze at the opera, all of these could be, and were, read by observant women who had learned to look. Outside, perhaps, the first pale hint of something not quite dawn, not yet, but the deepest and most perfect darkness of the night. What strikes me about all of this, thinking about it from across a century and a half, is the intense mutual attentiveness it required. Both parties had to be watching each other very carefully, reading every signal, decoding every gesture. The social world of the Victorian drawing room, for all its outward appearance of formal placidity, was underneath it all a place of extraordinary emotional intensity and hyper-awareness. People were paying attention to each other in ways we might find difficult to imagine in an age of smartphones and constant distraction. When you are in a room with a finite number of people and cannot speak freely and cannot move freely and are watching for every possible signal, when the angle of a wrist and the position of a fan are genuinely, consequentially meaningful, then the quality of attention you bring to every interaction is very different from the attention we typically manage today. There is something almost enviable about it, in a strange way, even as the restrictions that made it necessary were often genuinely oppressive. The ballroom as stage social events and the spaces where the language was spoken, the fan language, didn't exist in a vacuum. It existed in specific spaces, physical, social environments in which the conditions for its use were created and maintained. To fully understand the language, you need to understand the spaces it was spoken in. The ballroom was the most important of these spaces. Victorian balls, from the grandest events held at great London houses or formal venues, to the more modest affairs organized in the assembly rooms of country towns, were among the most significant social occasions of the year. They were important practically. Balls were where young people of appropriate social backgrounds were brought together in an environment that, while carefully supervised, was also unusually permissive in certain respects. At a ball, you could dance with someone, and dancing meant physical proximity, hands touching, gloved, but touching, bodies close enough that conversation was possible without being overheard. This was, by Victorian standards, remarkably intimate. The waltz in particular, which had scandalized previous generations when it was introduced, but was completely standard by the 1840s and 50s, brought partners into a hold that would not have been permissible in any other social context. The ballroom was also, crucially, a space where a degree of freedom of movement was permitted. You could circulate. You could stand near different people at different moments. You could position yourself deliberately in relation to someone else without attracting undue suspicion, as long as you maintained the appearance of casual socializing. And the ballroom was large enough that your chaperone could not be at your side at every moment, could not hear every word, could not monitor every micro gesture. In the noise and warmth and movement of a ball, a great deal could be communicated in plain sight without being seen. Let me describe a Victorian ball to you, the physical experience of it, so that you can understand what it felt like to be there. You arrived in the evening. The exact hour depended on the formality of the event and the era within the Victorian period. Earlier in the evening for less formal affairs, fashionably late for the most important events. The house was lit brilliantly by candlelight, or in later decades by gas. The effect of this lighting on a Victorian ballroom was striking, warm, flattering, slightly golden, filling the air with a soft haze and the faint smell of wax. The ballroom itself was large, cleared of furniture, its floor polished until it gleamed. Along the walls were chairs and sofas where people sat during the gaps between dances. Women, primarily, accompanied by their chaperones or by older guests watching the floor. At one end, the orchestra sat on a raised platform or in a dedicated space, and the music they played was continuous throughout the evening, broken only by brief intervals. The temperature in a crowded Victorian ballroom was, by most accounts, stifling. Dozens of people dancing in elaborate formal costume, in rooms lit by hundreds of candles. The heat was significant. This was one of the reasons the fan was not merely a decorative object at such events. It was practically useful. And its practicality was precisely what provided cover for its use as a communication tool. A woman fanning herself in a hot ballroom was doing exactly what you would expect a woman in a hot ballroom to do. The fact that the specific way she was doing it might be carrying a message was invisible to anyone who wasn't looking for it. The dances themselves were another layer of the system. The dance card, a small card or booklet, often decorated, in which a woman's dance partners for the evening were listed, was a significant social artifact. A man who wished to dance with a particular woman had to approach her, or approach through an intermediary and request a dance on her card. The process of booking dances was itself a form of communication. Which dances you asked for, how many, in what order, what you said during the conversation in which you asked. Dancing gave partners approximately 3 to 5 minutes of close proximity with a degree of conversational privacy that was almost unavailable in any other social context. In those 3 to 5 minutes, a great deal could be communicated verbally, sotto voce, in ways the chaperones on the walls couldn't hear. And before those 3 to 5 minutes, in the approaches and withdrawals and brief exchanges around the dance floor, the fan language operated. The drawing room, a more intimate stage. The drawing room was different from the ballroom, smaller, more intimate, in some ways more restrictive and in other ways more permissive. The Victorian drawing room was the central social space of the domestic world, the room in which a family received guests, conducted afternoon calls, held small evening gatherings. It was furnished for conversation and display, comfortable chairs and sofas arranged for face-to-face interaction, small tables for tea things, perhaps a piano for after-dinner musical performances, portraits and decorative objects positioned to convey social status and cultural aspiration. Afternoon calls, the practice of paying formal visits to acquaintances during specified afternoon hours, were one of the most important rituals of Victorian social life. A woman who was at home, the formal phrase for receiving visitors, would sit in her drawing room and receive callers one after another in visits that were precisely governed by timing. A call should last approximately 15 to 20 minutes. Longer was improper, shorter was abrupt. A card was left if the hostess was not at home, and the management of visiting cards was itself a complex social practice. In the drawing room, the fan language operated differently than in the ballroom. The setting was smaller, the distances shorter, the opportunities for the extended gestures of the ballroom more limited. But in some ways, the drawing room was an even more fertile ground for the fan language, because conversations in drawing rooms happened face-to-face, at close range, and face-to-face proximity at close range meant that even very small, very subtle gestures could be seen and read with precision. In the drawing room, the micro-gestures were what mattered. The slight tipping of the fan, the momentary touch of the fan to the cheek or the lips, the brief opening and closing of a fan during a pause in conversation. These were small enough to be genuinely invisible to anyone who wasn't specifically watching for them, and intimate enough, when read by someone who was watching, to be quite devastating. The opera, sight lines and darkness. The opera house was the third great venue for the fan language, and it had characteristics that made it uniquely suited to this kind of communication. First, the darkness. Victorian opera houses were not fully darkened during performances the way modern concert halls are. The custom of darkening the house entirely dates to the later 19th and early 20th century, and was associated particularly with the influence of Wagner and the Bayreuth Festspielhaus. In earlier Victorian opera, there was still significant ambient light in the auditorium during performances, and the social activity in the boxes was considered as much a part of the evening's entertainment as the music on stage. But there was still a degree of reduced light, enough to make communication across the auditorium more private, more shadowed, more suggestive. Second, the opera glasses. It was standard practice for opera goers to bring opera glasses, small binoculars designed for use in theaters. And it was accepted practice to use these glasses not only to see the stage more clearly, but to observe the other people in the theater. People watched each other watching the opera. The audience in Victorian opera culture was as much a spectacle as the performance. This meant that a woman in a box at the opera could be observed from across the auditorium with considerable clarity by anyone who chose to point their opera glasses at her, and she could observe them in return. The opera box was a stage within a stage, a place where social performances were conducted in full view of a highly observant audience, separated by just enough distance to require optical assistance, and surrounded by just enough darkness to allow a certain amount of ambiguity. The fan language was ideally suited to this environment. A woman in an opera box could use her fan in ways visible from across the theater, larger, more deliberate gestures than the intimate micro-gestures of the drawing room, and communicate across a vast social space with the visual precision provided by opera glasses. The distances involved meant that facial expression was less readable, but fan position was entirely clear. The opera was also, crucially, one of the few social venues where extended eye contact between strangers of opposite sexes was somewhat tolerated, or at least understood. The convention of looking at people through opera glasses provided cover for extended observation. A woman could watch a man across the theater for several minutes without social consequence because the opera glasses justified the looking, which meant that she could also be watched, and that whatever the fan was saying, it was being read. True stories from the drawing room case studies in Victorian fan language. So far, we've been talking about the fan language in the abstract, the vocabulary, the grammar, the social spaces in which it operated. Now I want to bring it to life with some specific stories. Some cases drawn from letters and diaries and novels and social histories in which the fan language appears in action. I want to be honest with you about the evidence here. Reconstructing specific instances of fan language use in historical settings is not easy. Private communications between Victorian men and women, the notes, the letters, the diary entries that might document the use of fan signals, were frequently destroyed, either by the parties themselves or by families protecting reputations after death. What survives is often fragmentary or embedded in fictional sources or documented at second or third hand, but there are stories worth telling. The Countess of Cardigan, Elizabeth de Horsey, who later became the Countess of Cardigan by her marriage to the Earl of Cardigan of Charge of the Light Brigade fame, was one of the most talked about women in Victorian society. She was beautiful, unconventional, entirely disinterested in the normal constraints on feminine behavior, and possessed of a sharp, pragmatic intelligence that she applied with considerable effectiveness to the management of her social life. She is described in contemporary accounts and in her own memoirs as extremely skilled at the non-verbal communication of the drawing room, at the whole system of glances and gestures and fan movements through which Victorian social life was navigated. She lived through a period of significant social transition, married twice, and left memoirs that give us glimpses into how the social language of the Victorian drawing room actually functioned. She describes occasions on which she communicated across crowded rooms with men she was interested in, using the tools available to her, including the fan. Her accounts are not explicit transcripts of specific fan language exchanges, but they give us a vivid sense of the practice as a lived experience rather than a theoretical system. A story from Thackeray, the novelist William Makepeace Thackeray, was one of the great documentarians of Victorian social life, and he paid close attention to the non-verbal languages of the drawing room in his fiction. In Vanity Fair, his sprawling, brilliant panorama of English society in the first half of the 19th century, his heroine Becky Sharp is a virtuoso of exactly these kinds of silent communication. Thackeray doesn't give us a dictionary of fan gestures. He's writing a novel, not an etiquette manual, but he shows us, scene by scene, how a woman who had mastered the social languages of her environment could use them to navigate situations that would have defeated someone less observant or less skilled. Becky's genius in Vanity Fair is precisely this fluency in the unspoken. She reads men perfectly, reads their desires and their vanities and their particular weaknesses, and responds to what she reads with exactly calibrated non-verbal signals. A glance here, a gesture there, an artfully arranged expression of innocent attention that says, without words, exactly what she needs it to say. Thackeray was writing with a degree of satirical awareness about this system. He understood that Becky's genius was also a kind of manipulation, and that the social rules that made her manipulation necessary were themselves a kind of absurdity. But the underlying social reality he was describing was real. Women like Becky Sharp existed. The languages they used were real. The letters of young women, perhaps the most direct evidence we have for the lived experience of fan language use, comes from private letters and diaries, the most personal and least filtered sources available to historians. Reading through collections of letters from middle and upper-class Victorian women, and there are extraordinary archives of such letters in repositories across Britain, you find frequent references to the social dynamics of balls and drawing rooms that make it clear that the non-verbal languages of social life were a real living part of how these women navigated their world. A young woman writing to her sister about a ball she attended might describe, in coded language of her own, how a particular man had positioned himself near her repeatedly during the evening, or how she had managed to communicate her lack of interest in one suitor while signaling availability to another. These accounts are rarely explicit. They're often written in the assumption that the reader, the sister, a close friend, will know the relevant social vocabulary and won't need everything spelled out. But they give us glimpses. A young woman who describes having given him every possible indication of indifference in a social setting. What does that mean? What were the indicators? In a world where the fan language and its associated vocabulary of gesture were widely shared among educated young women, those indicators would have included non-verbal signals we can now only partially reconstruct. A woman who writes that she managed to let him know, quite without speaking, that his attentions were not unwelcome. How did she do that? Through the fan, through eye contact, through the careful arrangement of her body in his direction. The evidence doesn't tell us in precise detail, but it tells us that the communication was happening and that the women involved knew perfectly well what they were doing and how to do it. The garden party and the walking stick. I want to share with you a particular vignette, not documented in any specific historical source I can point to, but representative of accounts that appear across letters and memoirs and social histories, that I think captures something true about how these silent communications worked in practice. Imagine a garden party, late summer, perhaps, in the 1870s. A large garden somewhere in Surrey, manicured lawn, borders of roses, a marquee where tea is being served, small groups of people moving through the afternoon light. A young woman stands with her chaperone near a border of roses. She is holding her fan, a beautiful thing, painted silk on ivory sticks, a gift from her aunt. Across the lawn, perhaps 20 yards away, a young man she has been introduced to at a previous occasion stands with a small group, apparently in easy conversation with them, but if you were watching carefully, occasionally directing his attention toward her. She knows he is watching. She is aware of his regard without looking directly at him, in the practiced way that Victorian women learn to be aware of such things. She wants to communicate something to him. She wants him to know that she is, if not indifferent to him, then at least open to the possibility of further acquaintance. She raises her fan fully open and holds it in front of her face in her right hand. To her chaperone, she appears to be shielding her face from the sun, or simply holding her fan as women hold their fans on warm afternoons. To the young man across the lawn, if he knows what he is seeing, she is saying, "Follow me." She begins to walk, apparently idly, toward the tea table in the marquee. Her chaperone follows. The young man, after an appropriate interval that allows him to seem as though he is simply moving naturally in the same direction, drifts across the lawn. They happen to be near each other at the tea table. The chaperone is briefly occupied with a friend who has appeared to speak to her. For 3 minutes, 4 at the outside, the young man and the young woman stand in proximity, close enough for low conversation. What is said in those 4 minutes is, of course, private, but the approach, the communication across the garden, the management of the chaperone, the engineered proximity, that is the language of the fan at work in the world it was made for. The imaginary garden fades, the fire is back, the room is warm. Japanese and Chinese roots the Eastern origins of the fan's secret life, and as the night deepens, let us step back, far back, from Victorian England and its ballrooms and drawing rooms. Let us follow the fan to its older homes, because the secret language of fans was not a Victorian invention, and it was not an English invention, and understanding where it came from takes us to places and times very far from Surrey and Mayfair. The fan as an object, as I mentioned earlier, is ancient, but the fan as a bearer of meaning, as a vehicle for communication, has its most elaborate and historically documented roots not in Europe, but in East Asia. In Japan, the fan has been a significant cultural object since at least the 8th century. The earliest Japanese fans were flat, paddle-shaped objects, the uchiwa, made of feathers, leaves, or woven reed. The folding fan, the ogi, is thought to have been invented in Japan, possibly as early as the 6th or 7th century, though dating early fan history is difficult because fans are fragile objects and very few survive from the earliest periods. By the Heian period, 794–1185, which is one of the great flowering periods of Japanese court culture, the fan had become a highly significant social and aesthetic object. Heian court society was extraordinarily refined, obsessed with poetry, with aesthetic sensitivity, with the cultivation of subtle forms of beauty. And in that culture, the fan occupied an important place. In Heian court life, fans were used in ways that went far beyond cooling. They were used as shields, held before the face to create a degree of privacy in a court culture where physical proximity was constant and direct eye contact between people of different social status or gender could be inappropriate. They were used as props in theatrical performances. The elegant dances of the Heian court used fan movement as part of their formal vocabulary. They were used as surfaces for poetry. Poems were written on fans and exchanged between courtiers, a practice that combined the aesthetic value of the fan as object with the literary value of the poem as text, and they were used for communication. In the highly stratified, closely observed world of the Heian court, the fan provided exactly the same service it would provide for Victorian women 1,000 years later, a legitimate object through which meaning could be communicated in ways that bypassed the formal restrictions of direct speech. The great novel of the Heian court, The Tale of Genji, written by Murasaki Shikibu around the year 1000, one of the earliest novels in world literature, is full of fans. Characters exchange fans. Characters hide behind fans. Characters communicate through fan gestures. The fan language of the Heian court appears in the Tale of Genji as something so natural, so deeply embedded in the social vocabulary of the time, that it requires no explanation for contemporary readers. The Chinese tradition in China, the fan's cultural significance developed along somewhat different lines, but equally rich ones. The Chinese tradition of fan painting is one of the great forms of Chinese decorative art. Fans, particularly the folding fan, which arrived in China from Japan around the 15th century and was enthusiastically adopted, became important surfaces for artistic expression. Calligraphy, landscape painting, figure paintings, botanical illustrations, all of these appeared on fans created by significant artists, and a fan decorated by a master calligrapher or painter was a highly valued object. The exchange of fans in China carried significant social meaning. A fan given as a gift communicated respect, admiration, or affection depending on context. A fan decorated with a specific image or poem could carry encoded meaning for the recipient. The choice of subject matter, a particular flower, a specific landscape, a line of poetry, could be carefully selected to convey a message that would be invisible to anyone who didn't know what to look for. Chinese scholar culture, the world of the educated literary elite, used fans as intellectual props. A scholar with a fan was a recognizable cultural image associated with learning and aesthetic refinement. The fan in hand was a thinking accessory, tapped against the chin, opened and closed during moments of deliberation, gestured with during animated intellectual discussion. This intellectual association of the fan carried its own communicative possibilities. A scholar who opened his fan and appeared to study it during a conversation was signaling contemplation, or perhaps detachment. A fan snapped shut decisively communicated something quite different. These Chinese traditions of fan use as artistic surface, as gift, as thinking accessory, as social prop, fed into the broader vocabulary of fan meaning that eventually, through complex pathways of cultural transmission, contributed to what the Europeans developed. The Indian traditions. India has its own rich traditions of fan use. though the Indian history is quite distinct from both the East Asian and European ones. In ancient India, fans made of peacock feathers were closely associated with royalty and divinity. The peacock itself was a sacred animal, associated in Hindu mythology with Murugan, the god of war and victory, and with Saraswati, the goddess of learning. A fan of peacock feathers, waved before a deity's image or before a royal personage, carried profound ritual significance. The chori, a fan made of white yak-tail hair mounted on a handle, was one of the regalia of Indian royalty, an emblem of sovereignty. Being fanned with a chori was a privilege of the highest order. In the courts of the Mughals and of various regional Indian kingdoms, the management of fans who fanned the king went with what was a matter of court protocol as strict as anything in Victorian England. In the devotional traditions of India, fans appear in the service of the gods, waved before temple images as part of the ritual called arati, the ceremony of light. The gesture of fanning in this context is an act of reverence and love, offering the coolness and freshness of moving air to the divine. These traditions of fan use, practical, symbolic, spiritual, contributed to the extraordinary cultural density of the fan as an object by the time it reached Europe. When the Europeans encountered fans from China, Japan, and India through the expanding trade networks of the 16th and 17th centuries, they were encountering objects that already carried centuries of accumulated meaning in their cultures of origin. The Europeans borrowed the fan and remade it in their own image, added their own symbolic vocabulary, their own aesthetic traditions, their own social functions. But the depth of meaning the fan could carry, the capacity it had to be more than a cooling device, was partly a legacy of the older traditions it came from. The printing of secrets fan language in print culture, one of the stranger aspects of the fan language, is the fact that it was, in a sense, a public secret. The dictionaries that documented it were published and sold. The magazines and newspapers of the Victorian era wrote about it. The novelists included it in their fiction. The etiquette manuals discussed it. This was not a secret that was kept, it was a secret that was published, which raises the question, how secret was it, really? The answer, I think, is that the fan language occupied a peculiar middle space between secret and open. Its existence was known. It was one of those things that educated Victorians knew about the way we know about certain phenomena that everyone knows exist, but most people experience only indirectly. The vocabulary was available in published form to anyone who wanted to learn it, and yet in practice, in the moment of its use, it functioned as a genuinely private channel of communication. This paradox has a few explanations. The first is the difference between knowing a system exists and actually being fluent in it. Just as modern people might know, in the abstract, that Morse code exists and that it can be used to communicate, without being able to actually read or produce Morse code in real time, knowing that the fan language existed was different from being able to read and produce it spontaneously in a social setting. The second is the importance of context. Even a person who had memorized the fan language dictionary couldn't necessarily read a specific fan gesture correctly in a specific social situation, because the meaning of any gesture depended on the full context of the interaction. A chaperone who knew the language might still not be able to determine, from across a ballroom, whether a particular fan movement was meaningful or simply accidental. The third is the social convention of deliberate not seeing. Victorian society had a strong tradition of looking away from things that were inconvenient to see. Chaperones and parents and hostesses who were managing social events had a genuine interest in maintaining the fiction of propriety, which sometimes meant choosing not to notice things that they might technically have noticed. The fan language in newspapers and magazines, Victorian newspapers and magazines, which proliferated enormously in the 19th century as printing technology improved and literacy spread, frequently carried pieces about the fan language. These ranged from earnest instructional articles to playful social commentary to the occasional satirical piece that gently mocked the whole elaborate edifice. The illustrated newspapers, publications like the Illustrated London News, which launched in 1842 and ran throughout the Victorian era, were particularly fond of pieces about the language of social life. Their readership was middle class, educated, interested in fashionable life and its codes, and articles about fan language fit neatly into the magazine's mix of news, social commentary, and entertaining cultural information. These articles served multiple purposes. They were genuinely informative, teaching readers, particularly younger or less socially experienced readers, about the conventions of polite society. They were entertaining. There was something inherently charming and slightly titillating about the idea of all this silent communication going on in the most apparently proper settings. And they were, in a sense, advertisements for the whole system, articles that spread awareness of the fan language and ensured that it remained a living practice rather than a forgotten arcane. The magazines also published fiction that incorporated the fan language, short stories and serialized novels in which characters communicated through fan gestures, in which crucial plot developments hinged on the correct or incorrect reading of a fan signal. This fictional treatment both reflected and reinforced the practice. Young women reading these stories absorbed the fan language as part of their cultural education, the same way they absorbed the language of flowers and the protocols of the morning call. The fan language dictionaries. A closer look. I mentioned earlier that fan language dictionaries were published throughout the 19th century, and I want to spend a little more time with these objects now, because they are genuinely interesting artifacts. The format of these dictionaries varied considerably. Some were very small, pocket-sized, designed to be carried and consulted, with brief lists of gestures and meanings. Others were more substantial volumes that embedded the fan language in a broader discussion of etiquette and social conduct. Some were illustrated, with small woodcut images showing the position of the fan for various gestures. Others were purely textual. The language in these dictionaries ranged from the earnestly practical to the delightfully playful. Some writers clearly thought of the fan language as a serious social tool and wrote about it in those terms. Others treated it as a charming social game, something to be enjoyed and played with rather than taken with absolute gravity. One of the most interesting things about comparing these dictionaries is noticing which gestures appear consistently across different publications and which vary. The core vocabulary, the basic meanings of fan open, fan closed, fan raised to the face, shows a high degree of consistency across sources from different decades and different publishers. This consistency suggests that these meanings were genuinely established in social practice, not invented by the dictionary writers. The more elaborate and specific gestures, particular combinations, specific modifications, nuanced variations, show much more variation. This is exactly what you'd expect if the language was, as I suggested earlier, something like a living dialect, stable at the core, variable in the fine details. Some of the dictionaries include gestures that other dictionaries don't list at all, whether these represent regional variations, individual innovations, or simply things the compiler thought would be useful additions. It's impossible to say with certainty. What all of these dictionaries share is a kind of earnest charm, a sense that the writers believed in the genuine usefulness of what they were documenting, and that they respected the intelligence and the need of the women who would use their books. Romance, resistance, and the limits of the language, what the fan could and couldn't do. Every language has limits. Things it can say clearly, things it can only gesture toward, things it simply can't express. The fan language was no different. What it could do was remarkable. In a world where direct expression was restricted to the point of near impossibility, the fan language gave its users a vocabulary for emotional communication that was genuinely functional. It could express attraction, interest, encouragement, discouragement, love, hate, indifference, longing, jealousy, impatience, and invitation. It could navigate the approach and withdrawal of potential romantic relationships with a subtlety and precision that might seem surprising, given that it was being conducted entirely through the movements of an accessory. But it could not do everything. It could not, for instance, conduct a conversation. It could not ask and answer questions in real time in the way that speech can. It was better suited to the expression of broad emotional states and the transmission of specific short messages. Come here, stay away, I am attached, I am interested, than to the back and forth of actual dialogue. It could not reliably operate in situations where there was no prior shared understanding. Two people who had never communicated before could not conduct a fan language exchange from cold, unless one of them made the first move with a very standard, widely known signal, and even then, there was considerable risk of misunderstanding. And it could not, ultimately, replace the real conversation that had to happen at some point in any developing relationship. The fan language was a tool for navigation, for getting two people close enough to the point where direct communication became possible, for signaling interest and availability across the vast supervised spaces of Victorian social life. But when it came to the actual business of courtship, the formal calls, the parental negotiations, the letters, the declarations, the fan language fell silent and the real world took over. The failure modes the fan language also had characteristic ways of going wrong. Misreading was the most common failure. A gesture performed accidentally, a fan raised to shield the face from candlelight, a fan set down in a particular position because there happened to be a convenient surface there, could be misread as a deliberate signal. This created social awkwardness at best, serious misunderstanding at worst. The reverse was also possible, a deliberate signal misread as accidental. A woman who had carefully composed and delivered a message through her fan, only to have the man she was addressing fail to notice or fail to understand, would find herself in the peculiar position of having expressed something significant that had not been received. And there was the danger of being read by the wrong person. A woman sending a signal to one man across a room might find that another man standing nearby, also fluent in the language, had received and responded to it. This was, by various accounts, a real social hazard, and one that required considerable care in the execution of signals. The fan as resistance there is another dimension to the fan language that I want to talk about, because I think it's important, and it adds a layer of meaning to the whole story that a purely romantic reading misses. The fan language was not only about love, it was also, in a very real sense, about resistance. Victorian women of the middle and upper classes existed in a social structure that severely limited their options and their autonomy. They could not vote. They could not own property in their own name. The Married Women's Property Acts, which changed this, were not passed until 1870 and 1882. They could not attend universities on equal terms with men. They could not enter most professions. Their economic survival depended overwhelmingly on marriage, and their marriageability depended on the maintenance of a reputation for virtue and propriety that required constant, vigilant self-surveillance. And yet, within these restrictions, women found ways to assert themselves. The fan language was one of them. A woman who could communicate, "I hate you," across a ballroom using nothing but the movement of her fan was exercising a form of agency that the social structure officially denied her. A woman who could signal, "I am not interested," to an unwanted suitor without the embarrassment and social awkwardness of saying so directly was using a tool that allowed her to manage her own social space in a way that the formal rules of propriety did not quite permit her to do openly. The fan language gave women a degree of control over their own romantic lives that the official rules of Victorian courtship largely denied them. It allowed them to express preferences, communicate availability, encourage and discourage suitors, all functions that the formal machinery of courtship assigned to fathers and male relatives, not to the women themselves. This is not to romanticize the fan language or to suggest that it was some kind of feminist revolution conducted in silk and ivory. The women who used it were still living inside severely restricted lives, and the language gave them only limited and indirect means of influencing their own destinies. But it gave them something. It gave them a vocabulary for their own desires, a way of speaking when they were supposed to be silent, a form of agency in a world that severely constrained their agency. In this sense, the fan language was not just a charming social game. It was a form of quiet, graceful, persistent resistance. A way of saying, "We are here, we have feelings, we have preferences, and we are going to find a way to express them even if no one gives us permission." The language across Europe's Spanish, French, and Italian variations, meanwhile, in another quiet corner of history, across the Channel and beyond, the language of the fan was developing its own regional variations, its own cultural inflections, its own particular textures and emphases, because the fan language was not exclusively English. It was a pan-European phenomenon, with each national culture adding its own characteristic elements to the shared vocabulary. Spain had and has a particularly rich tradition of fan use. The Spanish abanico, the Spanish fan, is still today an important cultural object, used not only as an accessory but as a prop in flamenco dancing, where the fan becomes an extension of the dancer's body, its movements integral to the language of the performance. In 19th century Spain, the language of the fan was particularly elaborate and particularly seriously practiced. The Spanish social world of the 19th century shared many of the same characteristics as the English one: the strict supervision of unmarried women, the limited opportunities for direct communication between the sexes in formal settings, and the fan language responded to the same social pressures. Spanish fan language dictionaries were published in considerable numbers, and the Spanish vocabulary was somewhat different from the English one, not fundamentally different in its structure, but with variations in specific gesture meanings, and with a characteristic Spanish emphasis on certain emotional registers. The Spanish tradition also incorporated the use of the fan in more explicitly theatrical ways. In the bullring, in the theater, in the public promenades that were the social gathering places of Spanish cities, the fan was used in ways that were more openly demonstrative than the restrained English style. Spanish social culture was, in general, somewhat more emotionally expressive than English social culture, less rigidly contained, more comfortable with visible feeling, and this character showed up in the fan language. France, the art of the fan made language. France had the most highly developed fan-making industry in Europe throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, and this industrial preeminence in fan production went hand in hand with a rich tradition of fan culture. French fans of the 18th century were, as I mentioned earlier, objects of extraordinary artistic beauty. The fan-making guilds of Paris regulated the craft with the kind of careful protectiveness that French artisanal guilds brought to all their domains, and the finest French fans were considered luxury goods of the highest order. In the French aristocratic and upper-class social world, the fan language was well established by at least the early 18th century. The court culture of Versailles, with its elaborate protocols, its intense scrutiny of every social interaction, its absolute requirement that feeling be managed and contained within formal structures, was exactly the kind of environment in which a silent communication system would flourish. French fan language shared many elements with English fan language, which makes sense given the strong influence French fashion and social culture had on English upper-class life throughout the 18th and 19th centuries. The English borrowed from France constantly in matters of fashion and etiquette, and the fan language they developed was significantly shaped by French precedent. But the French version had its own character. French social culture of the 19th century, the world of the Second Empire under Napoleon III, the glittering theatrical social world of the Belle Epoque's precursors, was more openly sophisticated about the existence of attraction and desire than English Victorian culture. The French were, famously, more comfortable with the acknowledgement that men and women were drawn to each other, and that this was not merely a problem to be managed, but a fact of life to be navigated with some intelligence and grace. This meant that the French fan language tended to be somewhat more direct, somewhat more openly acknowledged as what it was, than the English version. The English tradition maintained a kind of earnest fiction that the fan language was barely being used at all, that everyone was simply going about their innocent business with their fans, while the French were more inclined to wink at the whole arrangement. Italy, the fan in the opera box. Italy's contribution to the fan language story is inextricably connected to the opera. Opera in Italy was not, in the 19th century, the reverently silent experience it is in modern concert halls. Italian opera audiences of the period were famously rowdy, talking during performances, eating, wandering in and out of boxes, using the opera as a social occasion first and a musical one second. This is not meant as a criticism. It reflects a different but entirely valid relationship to musical performance, one with a long historical tradition. In this environment, the opera box was an extraordinarily fertile space for the fan language. The combination of relative darkness, the social legitimacy of using opera glasses to observe people across the auditorium, the constant movement and circulation of people between boxes and the foyer, and the general relaxation of the formal rules of direct communication that the operatic setting provided. All of this made the opera the ideal venue for extended fan language communication. Italian opera-goers, sitting in their boxes through long evenings of Verdi and Bellini and Dynasty, conducted elaborate social performances in full view of the audience on the other side of the auditorium. Fan language was a significant part of this performance, signals sent across the theater, read through opera glasses, answered in kind. The opera box was a stage within a stage, and the fan was its primary prop. There are accounts in memoirs and social histories of the period of quite elaborate exchanges conducted through fan language across Italian opera houses, communications that unfolded over the course of an entire evening's performance, message and response, invitation and answer, unfolding in counterpoint to the drama being played out on the stage below. It is a beautiful image. Two people separated by a theater, the music of La Traviata or Norma filling the gilded air between them, conducting their own private drama in the silent language of fans. The fan in Victorian literature novelists who wrote the language into being the relationship between the fan language and Victorian literature is a rich and complex one, and it runs in both directions. Literature documented the fan language. Novelists and poets who were closely observant of social reality included it in their work because it was genuinely there, in the world they were describing. But literature also shaped the fan language. The fictional versions of the practice influenced how real people understood and used it. Let me take you through some of the most interesting literary treatments of the fan language and what they tell us about how Victorian culture understood its own social codes. Dickens and the fan Charles Dickens was, among his many other extraordinary qualities, a brilliantly acute observer of social behavior. His novels are encyclopedias of Victorian manners. Every gesture, every piece of clothing, every social ritual documented with a journalist's precision and a novelist's eye for significance. Dickens's relationship with the fan language is mostly implicit. He doesn't write explicitly about the fan vocabulary, but he uses fans in ways that are clearly meaningful, that carry the charge of the social communication system he understood. In the Pickwick Papers, in Dombey and Son, in Little Dorrit, fans appear as props in scenes of social interaction, and the way Dickens describes their use carries more than purely decorative significance. When a character like Edith Dombey, one of Dickens's most magnificently angry women, uses her fan in a social scene, the gesture is never innocent. The fan, in Dickens, carries the weight of everything the character cannot or will not say directly. Wilde and the fan Oscar Wilde took the fan in a completely different direction, theatrical, explicit, playful. Wilde's play Lady Windermere's Fan, first performed in 1892, is the most famous literary treatment of a fan in Victorian culture. The fan of the title, a beautiful object, personalized with Lady Windermere's name, becomes the central prop of a drama about secret identities, concealed relationships, and the gap between the respectable surface of society and the complicated realities beneath it. Wilde uses the fan brilliantly, but his use of it is somewhat different from the classic fan language tradition. He's not primarily interested in the gesture vocabulary, in what it means to hold a fan in the right hand versus the left. He's interested in the fan as a symbol, as an object that can be present in the wrong hands, that can be found where it shouldn't be, that becomes evidence of hidden reality in a world dedicated to maintaining surfaces. But Lady Windermere's Fan is saturated with the awareness of the fan's social significance. and an audience in 1892 would have brought to the theater all their knowledge of the fan language and its connotations. When the fan appears in an unexpected place in the play, its significance is heightened not just by the plot, but by everything the audience already knew and felt about fans as social objects. Hardy and the Language of Indirection, Thomas Hardy, whose novels are set largely in the rural west of England, among people who are somewhat outside the fashionable London world of the fan language's highest development, nonetheless understood the social communication systems of Victorian life with great precision. In Far from the Madding Crowd, in The Return of the Native, in Tess of the D'Urbervilles, Hardy chronicles the communication of feeling in social worlds that are in some ways less formally codified than the London drawing room, but equally governed by rules about what can and cannot be said directly. His heroines, Bathsheba Everdene, Eustacia Vi, Tess Durbeyfield, all navigate the non-verbal languages of their social environments with varying degrees of skill and catastrophic consequence. Bathsheba's careless, flirtatious gesture with a valentine, which precipitates the whole catastrophic sequence of Far from the Madding Crowd, is a version of the fan language's logic, the meaning carried by a gesture in a world where direct expression is restricted. Hardy understood deeply the tragic potential of this kind of communication. When a gesture is misread, when a signal is intercepted by the wrong person, when what was meant as playful is received as serious, in Hardy's world, these misreadings tend toward tragedy. The fan language in his fictional universe is a system that is always one misunderstanding away from disaster. The glove and the handkerchief companion languages in the Victorian vocabulary of silence. I want to step sideways for a little while from the fan itself and spend some time with its companion languages, the other objects through which Victorian social communication flowed. Because the fan was the most elaborate of these systems, but it was not the only one. The glove had its own language. The handkerchief had its own language. And understanding these companion systems helps us see the fan language not as an isolated peculiarity, but as one expression of a much broader cultural phenomenon. The language of gloves in the Victorian era, gloves were not merely accessories. They were social necessities, articles of clothing with very specific protocols attached to them. A lady wore gloves outdoors at all times. This was not a suggestion, it was a rule. Bare hands in public were improper. The formality of the glove was part of the formality of public presentation. Gloves covered the skin, maintained the boundary between the private self and the public world, participated in the general Victorian project of containment and propriety. In formal social settings, balls, evening parties, the opera, gloves were always worn. White kid gloves for women at evening events, and the management of gloves in these settings had its own set of conventions. The language of gloves, like the language of fans, was documented in publications and discussed in etiquette manuals, though with somewhat less elaboration than the fan language. Some of the documented meanings include dropping a glove, a signal of interest in the person who retrieved it, or an invitation for interaction. Like the dropped fan, the dropped glove created a legitimate occasion for the otherwise restricted interaction of retrieval and return. Throwing a glove to someone, an expression of admiration or positive regard. This gesture has its roots in a much older tradition, the chivalric custom of a lady throwing her glove to a knight as a token of her favor. Striking someone with a glove, a challenge, or an expression of contempt. This is obviously the most dramatic of the glove gestures, and it carries connotations of the dueling tradition that persisted in attenuated form throughout the Victorian era. Drawing a glove on slowly in someone's presence, a signal that you are preparing to leave or that you wish the conversation to end. Twisting or pulling at a glove nervously, involuntary signals of anxiety or emotional agitation that the observant could read even when not intended as communication. The glove language was less systematized than the fan language and less well documented. But its basic principles were the same: an everyday object, ubiquitous in social settings, whose handling provided a medium for communication that could pass beneath the notice of casual observers. The language of the handkerchief has a particularly interesting history as a communication device, partly because it was one of the few objects equally available to men and women as a social prop, and partly because some of the handkerchief signals were more physically direct than the fan or glove languages, involving actual touch or the simulation of touch. Pressing a handkerchief to the lips was interpreted in some traditions as sending a kiss, the lips touching the cloth then seen by the other person, the implied intimacy of the contact. A woman pressing her handkerchief to her lips while making eye contact with a man across a room was making a gesture of considerable intimacy in Victorian terms, one that, precisely because it was so intimate, had to be made obliquely, through an object, rather than directly. Waving a handkerchief, farewell or farewell with emotion. The handkerchief waved at a departing train, a departing ship, a departing loved one. This is an image so thoroughly Victorian that it has become a kind of cultural shorthand for 19th century sentiment. The handkerchief raised and waved communicated not just goodbye, but goodbye and this matters to me. Twisting a handkerchief, agitation, anxiety, distress. The nervously twisted handkerchief is another image that has passed from the specific vocabulary of Victorian body language into the general cultural vocabulary of emotional expression. Dropping a handkerchief, the same signal function as the dropped fan or dropped glove, creating an occasion for interaction, for proximity, for the brief sanctioned exchange. What strikes me about all of these systems, the fan, the glove, the handkerchief, is how much cognitive work they required of their users. To use any of these languages effectively, you had to be simultaneously doing several things: conducting your normal social performance, monitoring the other person or persons you were communicating with, controlling your own use of the language carefully, interpreting what was being communicated back to you, and maintaining the performance of not communicating for the benefit of all the people in the room who were supposed to believe that nothing was happening. This was cognitively demanding in a way that I think we sometimes underestimate when we look at the Victorian drawing room from the outside. The surface appearance of languid, placid, genteel socializing concealed a constant hum of intense, focused social intelligence. The fan language in the world of fashion fans as objects of beauty and desire. I have been talking about the fan primarily as a communication device, as a language made of movement and position. But I don't want to neglect what the fan was as an object, because the physical beauty of Victorian fans is part of their story too, and the beauty was not incidental. The artistry of a fan was itself a form of communication. The woman who appeared at a ball carrying a fan of extraordinary quality and beauty was communicating something about herself, her wealth, her taste, her appreciation for fine things, her place in the social hierarchy. The fan was a fashion statement before it was a word in any language, and the fashion dimension of the fan gives us another layer of the story to explore. The Victorian fan trade. By the mid-19th century, the fan trade in England was a substantial commercial enterprise. London had numerous shops specializing in fans, some selling imported fans from France, Spain, and China, others selling domestically produced work of varying quality. Department stores, as they developed in the 1850s and 1860s, included fan departments, and fan making remained a cottage industry in some areas, with working-class women producing the simpler end of the market in home workshops. The range of fans available in mid-Victorian London was extraordinary, from inexpensive paper fans costing a few pennies to elaborate confections in silk and lace with carved ivory or mother-of-pearl sticks that could cost several pounds. At the very top end, fans commissioned from the great Parisian fan makers could be extraordinarily expensive luxury items, objects into which master craftsmen had poured many hours of highly skilled work. The hierarchy of fan quality mapped fairly directly onto social hierarchy. A woman's fan, in Victorian social terms, was a public statement about her social position. An upper-class woman at a formal ball would carry a fan appropriate to her station, something beautiful, possibly antique. Family heirloom fans were particularly prized, made of fine materials. An aspirational middle-class woman might carry something good but slightly beyond her usual means, bought specifically for the season. A woman of more modest means would carry what she could afford and hope the candlelight was kind to it. The anatomy of a Victorian fan. Let me describe a typical high-quality Victorian fan in some detail, because the physical object is worth understanding. A typical formal fan of the mid to late Victorian period consisted of several elements. The sticks, the structural framework, were typically made of ivory, mother of pearl, tortoiseshell, or a fine wood such as sandalwood or cedar. These sticks would be carved, pierced, painted, or otherwise decorated by skilled craftsmen. The outer sticks, the guards, were usually the most elaborate, since they were most visible when the fan was folded. The leaf, the decorative portion attached to the sticks, was made of various materials depending on the fan's quality and style. Silk was common for fine fans. It could be painted with extraordinary delicacy. Lace fans, in which the leaf was made of handmade lace rather than silk, were among the most expensive and prestigious. Paper was used for more everyday fans and for the enormous quantities of cheaper fans manufactured for the broader market. The painted decoration on silk fans ranged from simple floral designs to elaborate narrative scenes, mythological subjects, pastoral landscapes, scenes of romantic life, portraits. A fan decorated with a scene from a popular opera or play was particularly fashionable. The fan was typically attached to the owner's wrist or hand by a ribbon or cord. This not only prevented the fan from being dropped accidentally, though the deliberate dropping of a fan remained a communicative gesture, but also meant that the fan was always at hand, always ready. Collecting and display. By the later Victorian period, fans had become collector's items as well as accessories. Antique fans, particularly the extraordinary painted silk fans of the 18th century, were actively collected by wealthy Victorians who appreciated them as works of art. Fan collections were displayed in cases, discussed in publications, traded by dealers who specialized in them. This collecting tradition has continued to the present day. The Victoria and Albert Museum in London holds one of the great fan collections in the world, thousands of fans ranging from the 16th century to the 20th, in every material and style imaginable. The Fan Museum in Greenwich, London, the world's only museum devoted entirely to fans, holds another extraordinary collection and preserves the history of fan making with considerable scholarship and dedication. Walking through the Fan Museum, if you have ever had the opportunity, or if you ever do, is a quietly extraordinary experience. The fans are arranged in glass cases, lit carefully, accompanied by scholarly labels that tell you about their date, their origin, their maker when known. And looking at them, at the delicate painted silk, the carved ivory sticks, the intricate lace, you feel very directly the weight of time. These objects were held by people who are now dead, in rooms that no longer exist, at occasions long forgotten. The women who used them, who pressed them to their cheeks, who opened them slowly to say, "I promise to marry you," who twirled them in the left hand to say, "I wish to get rid of you," are dust. But the fans remain. The decline and the legacy, how the language faded, and what it left behind. Every language eventually changes. Sometimes it develops, expands, absorbs new elements from the world around it. And sometimes it fades, the social conditions that made it necessary change, and the language, no longer needed in the same way, begins to thin and simplify and eventually to disappear. The language of the fan faded. It didn't happen all at once. It happened the way all things in history happen, gradually, unevenly, in response to a complex set of changes in the social world that had made it necessary. The primary driver of its decline was the liberalization of the social conditions that had produced it. As the 19th century progressed into the late Victorian era and then into the Edwardian period, the restrictions on women's social lives began, slowly, incrementally, against considerable resistance, to loosen. Women began to attend universities. The older universities in England remained closed to women for longer. Cambridge didn't fully admit women to degrees until 1948, a shocking late date, but institutions like Girton College in Cambridge and Somerville College in Oxford were founded in the 1860s and 1870s, and other universities began admitting women in the same period. The intellectual world began, slightly, to open. Women began to be able to own property in their own right after the Married Women's Property Acts. The economic basis for the desperate importance of marriage began very slightly to shift. Women began to enter the professions, slowly, with enormous difficulty, against constant resistance, but enter them they did. The nursing profession was professionalized largely through the work of women like Florence Nightingale. Women entered teaching in large numbers. Medicine began, agonizingly slowly, to admit women. The chaperone system began, very slowly, to relax. By the 1880s and 1890s, the rules about unchaperoned female movement were loosening in middle-class society. Not gone, not yet, but softer. A middle-class woman of the late Victorian period had somewhat more freedom of movement than her mother had had. And as the rules loosened, as direct communication between men and women became slightly more possible, slightly less catastrophically fraught with social consequence, the fan language became slightly less necessary. Still practiced, still understood, still present in the social world, but losing some of its urgency. The Edwardian period, 1901-1910, saw a significant acceleration of these social changes. The motor car, the telephone, the broadening of the public world, the continuing expansion of women's education and economic participation, all of these contributed to a social environment in which the elaborate indirection of the fan language was increasingly anachronistic. The First World War was, in this as in so many respects, a watershed. The social world that emerged from the war was different in kind, not just in degree. Women had worked in factories and hospitals and offices, had managed households without men, had demonstrated in undeniable ways that they were capable of navigating the world without the constant supervision of chaperones. The flapper culture of the 1920s was, among other things, a deliberate and emphatic rejection of Victorian propriety, of the whole elaborate structure of restriction and indirection that had made the fan language necessary. By the 1920s, the fan language was a historical curiosity. People knew it had existed. It was referenced in nostalgic social history, in magazine pieces about the charming customs of our grandmothers, in historical fiction that reached back to the Victorian drawing room for its settings. But it was no longer a living practice. What the language left behind, but things that have existed leave traces. The fan language did not simply vanish without remainder. It left behind the fan collections, thousands of extraordinary objects preserved in museums and private collections around the world, silent testimony to a practice that has passed. It left behind the dictionaries, those charming, earnest, slightly improbable little books still sitting in library archives and specialist collections, their pages soft with age, their lists of gestures and meanings as legible today as when they were first printed. It left behind the literature, the novels and short stories and plays that incorporated the fan language, that made it a permanent part of the record of what Victorian life was like. And it left behind, I think, something less tangible but more pervasive. It left behind a way of understanding that communication is not only speech. That meaning travels through gesture and object and position as well as through words. That in social environments where speech is restricted, human ingenuity will always find other channels. The fan language is gone, but the insight it embodied, that we are always communicating, always reading the world around us for signal and meaning, always finding ways to say what we need to say, that is as old as human beings and as enduring. The science of silent communication, what modern research tells us about the language, we always spoke. I want to spend a little time with the science of what the fan language was doing. Because we now have, in the 21st century, a fairly sophisticated understanding of non-verbal communication that the Victorians didn't have, and it helps explain why the fan language worked as well as it did. The field of kinesics, the study of non-verbal communication through body movement, was developed largely in the mid-20th century, but it drew on observations and intuitions that go back much further. The basic insight of kinesics is that human beings communicate not only through speech, but through an enormous range of non-verbal signals, facial expressions, posture, gesture, gaze, the use of space, the timing of movements. Some of these signals are universal, the same across cultures and times. Charles Darwin was among the first to argue for the universality of certain basic emotional expressions. In his 1872 book, The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals, modern research has largely confirmed that a core set of facial expressions for happiness, sadness, fear, anger, disgust, and surprise are recognized across cultures in ways that suggest they are, at least in part, biologically based. Other nonverbal signals are culturally specific. Their meaning is learned, not innate, and they differ between cultures and historical periods. The specific gestures of the fan language fall into this category. There is nothing biologically determined about what it means to carry a fan in the right hand versus the left. Those meanings were culturally constructed, agreed upon by a social group, and transmitted through shared learning. But what the fan language did with these culturally constructed gestures was exploit the same underlying machinery that makes all nonverbal communication work. It exploited the human capacity for very fine-grained perception of other people's movements and positions. It exploited the fact that we process visual information about the people around us constantly, below the level of conscious attention, and that this processing is highly sensitive to small changes and variations. The fan language worked, in other words, because human beings are extraordinarily good at reading each other. This capacity, sometimes called social intelligence or theory of mind, is one of the most distinctively human capabilities we possess. We model other people's mental states from the slightest available information. We read intention and emotion and attention from the smallest cues. The Victorians who developed and used the fan language were exploiting this capacity deliberately. They were creating a system of signals calibrated to the human capacity for fine-grained social perception, signals that were small enough and ambiguous enough to pass beneath casual observation, but distinctive enough and deliberate enough to be read by someone who was paying close attention. In a sense, the fan language was a form of steganography, the practice of hiding a message within an innocent carrier. The innocent carrier was the normal use of a fan in a social setting. The hidden message was the emotional communication encoded in the specific way the fan was being used. It required both parties to the communication to be highly attuned, to be in that state of heightened social attention that people tend to enter when they are in the presence of someone they are attracted to or emotionally interested in. And this requirement was itself appropriate, because the fan language was primarily a language for exactly that situation, the communication of attraction, interest, and romantic feeling between people in the early stages of knowing each other. The neuroscience of gesture, modern neuroscience, has added another layer of understanding to why gesture-based communication like the fan language is effective. We now know that gesture and speech are processed in overlapping areas of the brain, that when we gesture, we are drawing on the same neural resources that we use for language. This is why, for most people, it is nearly impossible to stop gesturing when speaking freely, and why people who speak two languages sometimes gesture in different ways when speaking each language. Gesture is not supplementary to language. It is, at some deep neurological level, part of the same system. This suggests that the fan language was not a poor substitute for speech, an inferior workaround for the absence of verbal communication. It was a form of communication that engaged the human communicative system at a fundamental level, using a natural human capacity for gesture in a structured, rule-governed way. The women and men who used the fan language were not doing something peculiar or artificial. They were doing something deeply human, communicating through gesture in a structured social form. Descendants and echoes the fan language in the modern world. The fan language is gone, as I said, but it has descendants, echoes, places where its spirit, if not its specific vocabulary, persists. The most direct descendant is the still living tradition of fan use in Spanish flamenco. In flamenco, the fan is a genuine communicative object, its movements part of the grammar of the performance, carrying meanings that are understood by other performers and by knowledgeable audiences. This is not the private, hidden communication of the Victorian ballroom. It is public and performative, but it draws on the same deep well of fan as expressive object. Japanese classical dance and theater, no kabuki, nihon buyo, continue to use the fan as a significant prop and communicative device. In no drama, the fan is one of the most important props, used to suggest a range of objects, a sword, a wine cup, the moon, and to convey emotional states through its movement. These traditions, which are still actively practiced, preserve a living connection to the ancient East Asian tradition of fan communication. In the world of fashion, fans have periodically returned as accessories. The 1920s saw a brief revival, partly nostalgic, partly postmodern and self-aware. The 1980s saw another wave of fan fashion, connected to the period's interest in Victorian and Edwardian aesthetics. And in the 21st century, fans continue to be used in formal dress contexts, in fashion-forward styling, in bridal fashions and formal occasion wear. But these are mostly decorative uses. The full language, the structured vocabulary of communicative gestures, is not, to my knowledge, actively practiced as a living social communication system anywhere in the modern Western world. It has become historical, and yet, the human need that generated it, the need to communicate across supervised social distance, to express things that cannot be said directly, to find private channels in public spaces, that need has not gone away. It has simply found new forms. The digital analog there is something that strikes me when I think about the fan language and then think about modern communication. That feels like more than coincidence. The fan language was fundamentally a system for communicating emotional and relational information in a medium that was deniable, that could, if challenged, be attributed to something entirely innocent. A fan held in a particular way could always be just a fan. Nothing was explicit. Everything was encoded. We have built something similar in the digital world. Emoji function in texting and social media as a kind of fan language for the digital age. They are standardized symbols that carry specific emotional meanings overlaid on otherwise neutral communication. They provide deniability, I was just being friendly, while simultaneously communicating something quite specific to anyone who knows how to read them. The read receipt, the notification that tells you a message has been read, is a form of the same logic. Two blue check marks on a messaging app carry an enormous amount of social meaning, depending on context. They can communicate urgency, or casualness, or deliberate delay, or a kind of pointed silence that is in its own way as eloquent as a Victorian fan held in the left hand. Social media platform behavior, who likes what, who follows whom, who comments and who stays silent, who posts at what time, constitutes an elaborate non-verbal social language that most people navigate fluently without ever having been formally taught. The parallels with the fan language are not exact, but they are real. Both are systems for communicating social and emotional information through the management of an interface, an object, a platform, in ways that carry specific meanings within a shared cultural context. The medium has changed. The need has not. The secret language of other objects, rings, parasols, and the wider world of Victorian silent signs. We have spent a long evening with the fan, and it deserves the extended attention we've given it. But in the interests of completing the picture of Victorian silent communication, I want to spend some time with a few of the other objects in the vocabulary. Because the fan was the most elaborate element of a much broader system, and some of the other elements of that system are worth knowing about. The ring, the wearing of rings in Victorian England, was a practice governed by conventions as specific as anything in the fan language. Which finger a ring was worn on, what kind of ring it was, what material it was made of. All of these communicated information about the wearer's social and romantic status. The ring finger of the left hand was, as it remains today, associated with engagement and marriage. An engagement ring on that finger communicated clearly that the wearer was spoken for. The removal of a ring from that finger, or the deliberate wearing of an empty ring finger after a ring had previously been there, could communicate the ending of an engagement. But rings on other fingers also carried meaning. A ring worn on the right hand could signal specific things depending on the culture and the period. A black ring could indicate mourning. A ring set with a specific stone carried the meaning associated with that stone: amethysts for sincerity, pearls for tears and sorrow, rubies for passion, diamonds for constancy. Acrostic rings, rings in which the initial letters of the stones spelled out a word, were popular in the Victorian period and carry a particular delight about them. A ring set with a ruby, an emerald, a garnet, an amethyst, a ruby, and a diamond spelled out the word regard. Rings spelling dearest, love, and adore were also made. These were secret messages worn permanently on the body, visible to the world but legible only to those who knew the code. The parasol, the sun umbrella used by women outdoors, had its own gestural vocabulary, similar in structure to the fan language but adapted to the outdoor context. Carrying a parasol open and to one side while passing a man, "Come and speak to me." Carrying a parasol on the right shoulder, "I am engaged." Carrying a parasol on the left shoulder, "I am indifferent to you." Twirling a parasol, "I'm skeptical of your intentions." Pressing the tips together, "I would like to meet you." The parasol language was less well documented than the fan language, and the evidence for its systematic use is somewhat thinner. But it appears in enough sources, etiquette books, social histories, literary references, to suggest that it was a real, if less elaborate, part of the same broader system of silent communication. The language of postage stamps. I want to return briefly to the language of stamps, which I mentioned at the beginning of our long evening together, because it's a particularly charming element of the Victorian silent vocabulary. In the Victorian era, letters were the primary means of personal communication, and the stamp, that small adhesive square that paid for the letter's delivery, was, according to a tradition that circulated widely in the late 19th century, positioned in ways that carried specific messages. A stamp placed perfectly straight in the upper right corner meant nothing particular. It was simply a stamp doing its job. But a stamp placed at an angle, or rotated, or placed in a different position on the envelope was said to carry a message. A stamp placed upside down in the upper right corner, "I love you." A stamp placed diagonally in the upper right corner, "I miss you." A stamp in the upper left corner, "I have good news." A stamp in the lower right corner, "I am unhappy." A stamp in the lower left corner, "Goodbye." Whether this system was genuinely and widely practiced, or whether it was more of a charming folk tradition that was described in magazines and books more than it was actually used, is genuinely uncertain. The evidence is thinner than for the fan language, but the idea captures something true about the Victorian imagination: the hunger to encode meaning into the most ordinary aspects of daily life, to turn even a stamp into a secret word. The governess, the lady's maid, and the working class fan, the fan language beyond the drawing room. So far, our story has mostly stayed in the ballrooms and drawing rooms of the middle and upper classes. But Victorian England was a society of enormous social stratification, and the question of how the fan language and the broader vocabulary of silent communication extended or didn't extend beyond the fashionable world is worth spending some time with. The governess occupied a peculiar social position in Victorian England, a position that was, in many ways, defined by her relationship to both the middle-class world and its exclusions. A governess was typically a woman of some education, possibly of genteel background, fallen on difficult times, employed in a wealthy household to teach and care for the children. She lived within the family but was not of it, not a servant in the conventional sense, but not a social equal of her employers either. The governess's position in relation to the fan language was complicated by this ambiguity. She might well have been educated in the social codes of the drawing room, might have used them herself in a previous life, but her employment placed her outside the social circle in which those codes primarily operated. She attended family social occasions in a supervisory rather than a participant capacity. The language of the fan was, for her, partly a professional tool, watching for it in the behavior of the young women in her charge, and partly a reminder of a social world she was positioned just outside of. The lady's maid was a different case. A personal attendant to a wealthy woman, the lady's maid was in intimate daily contact with the full apparatus of female social life, the dressing rituals, the management of accessories including fans, the preparation for social events, the management of correspondence. A lady's maid who had been in service to the same mistress for years would inevitably absorb the social codes of that world, including the fan language, simply through proximity and observation. There are anecdotal accounts in Victorian social history of ladies' maids who became quite sophisticated about the fan language and the other communication systems of upper-class social life, who could read the signals as well as their mistresses could, who served sometimes as discreet intermediaries in the management of social communications, and working-class women. The fan language as a formal system was largely absent from working-class life, not because working-class women didn't have emotions or social lives or the need to communicate in socially supervised settings, but because the specific material and social conditions that generated the fan language didn't apply to them in the same way. Working-class women worked. Many of them worked alongside men in conditions that made the elaborate indirection of the fan language both impractical and unnecessary. The supervision that generated the fan language, the chaperone, the formal social event, the drawing room visit, was a feature of middle and upper class life, not of the factory floor or the market stall or the kitchen. That said, working-class Victorian social life had its own codes, its own non-verbal languages, its own systems of communication operating beneath the surface of normal interaction. The rituals of working-class courtship, the walking out on Sunday evenings, the Saturday night dances at the local assembly room, the navigation of neighborhoods and workplaces, all involved their own vocabulary of gesture and position and look that was as carefully maintained and as socially significant as anything in the drawing rooms of Mayfair. These working-class codes were less formally documented. They didn't generate dictionaries or magazine articles in the same way, partly because the publications that documented such things were aimed at middle and upper-class readers, and partly because working-class cultural practices of this kind tended to be transmitted through practice and observation rather than print. But they were real, and they were complex, and in their own way they were as beautiful and as human as the fan language of the ballroom. The forgotten codes, messages hidden in plain sight across history, I want to take us on one final excursion, away from the Victorian drawing room, back through time and across space, to spend some time with some of the other great hidden communication systems in human history. Because the fan language was one expression of a human tendency that goes back a very long way. Human beings have always needed to communicate secretly, and they have always found remarkable, ingenious ways to do so. The Lacedaemonians and the scytale. In ancient Sparta, there was a device called the scytale, a wooden cylinder around which a strip of leather or papyrus was wound in a spiral. A message was written along the strip while it was wound around the cylinder, and when the strip was unwound, the message became illegible scrambled letters. The only way to read it was to wind it around a cylinder of exactly the same diameter. This was, in a sense, the ancient world's version of the fan language, a system for hiding a message in a carrier that appeared innocent, a strip of leather that, when held flat, showed nothing but random letters, readable only by those who had the right key. Mary Queen of Scots and the cipher Mary Queen of Scots, imprisoned in English castles for nearly 2 decades by her cousin Queen Elizabeth, conducted an extensive secret correspondence with supporters in Scotland and France through a system of ciphers, encoded messages that substituted symbols for letters and included code words for key people and places. It was ultimately one of these ciphered letters that led to her execution in 1587. A letter to Anthony Babington, encoded in Mary's cipher, appeared to authorize an assassination plot against Elizabeth. The letter was intercepted and decoded by Elizabeth's spymaster Francis Walsingham, who had managed to compromise the messenger carrying it. Mary's cipher, which had protected her communications for years, failed at the critical moment, not because the cipher was broken mathematically, but because the physical chain of secrecy was infiltrated. The parallel to the fan language is not in the technical method, but in the underlying situation. A woman in a position of severe restriction, using every available means to communicate with the outside world, in a context where communication itself was dangerous. The Underground Railroad, one of the most documented and most contested examples of hidden communication in history, is the alleged use of quilts as communication devices in the network known as the Underground Railroad, which helped enslaved people escape from the American South in the antebellum period. According to a theory that became widely popularized in the late 20th century, quilts hung on fences or clotheslines along the routes of the Underground Railroad carried encoded messages, patterns that indicated safe houses, directions to follow, warnings about danger. Specific quilt patterns in this theory carried specific meanings. The bear's paw pattern indicated a route through the mountains. The flying geese pattern indicated a north-following route. The North Star pattern was self-explanatory. This theory is historically contested. The evidence for it is largely oral tradition rather than contemporary documentation, and some historians argue that it was primarily developed in the 1980s and 1990s rather than being a genuine antebellum practice. The debate continues. But whether or not the quilt code was precisely as described, the underlying need it responds to was absolutely real. Enslaved people developed genuine networks of hidden communication and used objects and patterns and codes to navigate a system that tried, at every turn, to prevent them from communicating at all. The quilt code, whatever its precise historical status, points toward a documented truth about the human capacity to find language in unlikely places. Lover's eyes, one of the more unusual objects in the vocabulary of Victorian secret communication, was the so-called lover's eye miniature. These were small paintings, usually executed on ivory or vellum, mounted in a locket or a brooch or a ring, that depicted only a single eye, painted in extraordinary detail, surrounded by hair or clouds or flowers. The theory behind lover's eyes was that they allowed the wearer to carry a portrait of a beloved person without revealing who the subject was. A lover's eye could not be identified by anyone who didn't already know whose eye it was. It was an intimate token, intensely personal, that could be worn publicly, gifted openly, without exposing its emotional significance. Lover's eyes were fashionable from roughly the 1780s to the 1830s, reaching their peak in the early 19th century. They are rare objects today, extraordinarily rare for their rarity and their strangeness, and collections of them exist in only a handful of museums. The V&A has some, so does the Walters Art Museum in Baltimore. Looking at a lover's eye miniature, you feel something almost uncomfortably intimate. You are looking at someone's eye, someone who lived and loved and died, and you have no idea whose eye it was. The secret has been kept. The code has not been broken. The message persists, perfectly private, centuries after the people who shared it are gone. The etiquette books as historical windows, what the rule makers reveal about the world. They described, I want to spend a little time with the etiquette books themselves, not the fan language dictionaries specifically, but the broader genre of Victorian etiquette manuals that framed and contained and propagated the social codes of which the fan language was a part. Because etiquette books are extraordinary historical documents, they tell us in remarkable detail about the social world they were trying to regulate, and they tell us, by implication, about the anxieties and desires and social pressures that made that regulation necessary. The Victorian etiquette book industry was enormous. Dozens of manuals were published throughout the century, ranging from small, inexpensive pamphlets aimed at the newly aspirational middle classes to large, substantial volumes aimed at people who could afford substantial volumes. The authors were typically women who positioned themselves as authorities on social conduct, as guides to the labyrinthine system of rules that governed polite life. Some of these women were remarkable. Mrs. Isabella Beeton, whose book of Household Management, 1861, is the most famous Victorian domestic manual, touched on matters of social conduct as well as cooking and housekeeping. Emily Post, who is associated with American etiquette rather than English, was working in a tradition that owed a great deal to the Victorian English precedents. The English etiquette writer Mary Elizabeth Braddon wrote novels as well as social guides, and understood from both directions the relationship between the official rules of polite society and the hidden realities beneath them. What these books reveal, when you read them carefully, is a world of intense social anxiety. The anxiety had several sources. The expansion of the middle class throughout the 19th century meant that vast numbers of people were navigating social environments, dinner parties, drawing room calls, formal events that their parents and grandparents had never encountered. They genuinely didn't know the rules. They needed guidance, and the etiquette industry provided it. But underneath the practical question of which fork to use at dinner or how to manage a visiting card, there was a deeper anxiety about status, about belonging, about the possibility of making a catastrophic social error and finding yourself excluded from the social world you had worked so hard to enter. The etiquette books responded to this anxiety with detailed, specific, reassuring guidance. They told their readers exactly what to do in virtually every social situation, with a specificity that could border on the obsessive. How to enter a room, how to leave a room, how to manage introductions, how to manage a dance card, how to hold a cup of tea, how to manage a fan. Yes, fan management was a legitimate topic in Victorian etiquette books. Some books discussed the proper use of a fan in social settings with considerable seriousness, even if they didn't go into the full detail of the communication vocabulary. A fan should be opened and closed gracefully. A fan should not be used to fan oneself vigorously and noisily. A fan should not be used to gesture or point. These were the official rules, and behind them lurked the unofficial language, which the etiquette books sometimes acknowledged with a degree of wink and sometimes ignored entirely. What the books don't say, one of the most interesting aspects of the etiquette books as historical sources, is what they don't say. They don't say, for instance, that women were using fans to communicate emotional information to men across ballrooms. They don't acknowledge, in the formal register of the etiquette manual, that an elaborate system of silent communication was operating beneath the surface of the social events they were ostensibly regulating. This silence is itself meaningful. The etiquette books were written for a public audience. They were texts intended to be read by women who wanted to know the proper rules, and by families who might give them to their daughters, and by social aspirants of all kinds. Acknowledging in these public texts that young women were conducting secret romantic communications through their fans would have been deeply inappropriate. It would have undermined the whole fiction of propriety that the etiquette industry was in the business of maintaining. So the books say, hold your fan properly, don't wave it about, don't use it to point. They don't say, and by the way, there is an entire communication system built into how you hold it. The fan language dictionaries, by contrast, were positioned as a different kind of text, more playful, more openly acknowledging of the social games that were being played. They could afford to be explicit about what the etiquette books had to pretend didn't exist. The language of eyes, the most ancient and most modern of the silent tongues of all the non-verbal languages of Victorian social life, the one that requires the least historical explanation, is the language of eyes. Eye contact is the most universal of all non-verbal communication systems. Across cultures, across historical periods, across species, even the management of eye contact is one of the primary channels through which social information is transmitted. We know this in the 21st century from an enormous body of psychological research. We know that the duration and direction of eye contact communicates interest, attraction, dominance, submission, aggression, and social engagement. We know that the dilation of the pupils, an involuntary response, signals attraction. We know that people who are attracted to each other gaze at each other more, and that this mutual gaze itself increases feelings of connection and attraction. The Victorians didn't have the psychological research, but they knew, intuitively and from experience, exactly how the eyes worked in social situations. The management of eye contact in Victorian social life was one of the most carefully governed aspects of the non-verbal vocabulary. The rules were highly specific. A modest young woman did not meet men's eyes directly and freely. That would have been immodest, forward, improper. The downcast gaze was associated with virtue and feminine decorum. But total avoidance of eye contact would have been odd and unhelpful in actual social interaction. So the rules calibrated. A brief glance was permissible, even charming. A sustained direct gaze was too much. which created, of course, exactly the conditions for the kind of loaded, significant, carefully managed eye contact that is one of the most powerful forms of non-verbal communication available to human beings. When direct gaze was restricted, a single moment of direct eye contact became charged with meaning. Two people who had been carefully not quite looking at each other for an entire evening, who had been engaged in the careful dance of peripheral vision and social attention, and who then, for one moment, looked at each other directly. That moment carried everything. This is something that all the etiquette rules and all the chaperones in the world could not quite prevent. Because eyes, unlike fans, cannot be managed by a dictionary, the moment of real eye contact, when it happened, when both people felt it, was beyond the reach of the social rules. It was purely human. Letters and the written equivalent when pens became fans, the restricted communication of Victorian social life didn't live only in the physical spaces of balls and drawing rooms. It extended into the world of letters, into the written communication that was the primary personal medium of the pre-telephone era. And in the world of letters, a parallel set of codes and conventions operated, a written equivalent of the fan language, a vocabulary of indirection and implication that allowed feelings to be communicated without being directly stated. Victorian letters between men and women who were in various stages of attraction and courtship are extraordinary documents. Reading them in archives, and collections of such letters survive in considerable numbers, you get a vivid sense of the strain between what was being felt and what could be written. A young man writing to a young woman he admired in the early stages, before any formal understanding had been established, had to navigate carefully. He couldn't write, "I love you." He couldn't write anything that would be improper if the letter were seen by her parents or her chaperone. Letters, after all, could be read by anyone who got hold of them. The epistolary equivalent of the chaperone was always present, so he wrote about the weather, about a book he had read, about a mutual acquaintance, about the concert at which they had both been present. Carefully, patiently, in language that was on its surface entirely proper, and that was, in its subtext, saying something quite different. The young woman, receiving such a letter, would read it twice, once on the surface, for the ostensible content, and once beneath the surface, for the subtext, for the particular word choices, for the things that were emphasized and the things that were understated, for the specific reference that called back to a specific moment in a previous meeting, for the tone of the closing, for the exact form of words in the opening address. She would respond in kind. Her letter would be equally careful, equally coded, equally readable on two levels simultaneously. She would say, "Yes, the weather has been fine, hasn't it?" And she would mean, "Yes, I noticed you noticing me." She would say, "I did enjoy the piece performed by Miss So-and-so at the concert." And she would mean, "I am thinking about that evening and about you." These were letters conducted in a kind of elaborate, long-form fan language, the same logic of encoded meaning hiding inside innocent carriers, the same need for shared understanding of the code. The same pleasure, and there was pleasure in it, the pleasure of a shared game, of private meaning in a public medium, in the successful transmission and reception of a hidden message. The mathematics of modesty calculating the distance between feeling and expression. There is something that I find mathematically beautiful about the fan language when I think about it in a certain way. It is, in essence, a system for managing the distance between feeling and expression. Between what is experienced internally, the full, complex, urgent reality of attraction and longing and love, and what can be expressed externally, in a social world that places enormous restrictions on direct expression. That distance is real in every human social world to some degree. All of us, at all times and in all cultures, manage the gap between what we feel and what we show. Social norms, personal discretion, strategic communication, the management of vulnerability, all of these require us to modulate our expression, to give partial rather than complete accounts of our internal states. But in Victorian society, that distance was unusually large. The gap between what was felt and what could be expressed was vast, maintained by social rules of exceptional rigidity, policed by a network of social observation and judgment that was both pervasive and effective. The fan language was a system for crossing that distance at an angle, not directly, not straight across, but obliquely, at an angle that allowed the crossing to happen while maintaining the fiction that no crossing was occurring. And what I find beautiful about this is that it required both parties to do a kind of emotional calculus in real time. To read the signal, estimate the degree of encoding, adjust for context, produce a response that was itself encoded to approximately the same degree, and do all of this while simultaneously conducting a normal social performance that looked like nothing more than two people being in the same room. This is cognitively demanding in a way that speaks to the extraordinary social intelligence of the people who did it routinely. The Victorian drawing room was not a simple place. It was a place of intense, sophisticated, constantly maintained social cognition, and the women and men who navigated it successfully were doing something genuinely complex. The pleasure of the code. I also want to say something about the pleasure of the code, because I don't think the fan language was experienced only as a necessity, as a reluctant workaround for the absence of more direct communication. I think it was also genuinely pleasurable. There is a deep human pleasure in shared code, in having a private language with someone, in the intimacy of mutual understanding that exists when two people can communicate in a medium invisible to everyone else. This pleasure is part of what makes the fan language historically resonant, and it's part of what made it, in its time, a social phenomenon that was also a form of play. The fan language was, among other things, a game. A sophisticated, emotionally laden, socially consequential game, but a game nonetheless. And the pleasure of playing it was part of what sustained it. Young women discussing fan language with their friends, comparing notes, debating the finer points of specific gestures, analyzing the behavior of men at recent social events, were engaging in a form of social play that was pleasurable in itself, quite apart from any specific romantic communication it might enable. A pause. The clock. The gray becoming lighter quality of the darkness. Very, very slowly, something is changing outside. Young men who had acquired fluency in the language, who could decode a fan signal across a ballroom and respond appropriately, had acquired a social skill that gave them pleasure and social advantage, a small secret knowledge that set them apart from the less observant men around them. The whole system had a game-like quality, a set of rules, a shared vocabulary, a competitive and collaborative dynamic, real stakes and real rewards. It was serious play, the best kind. A portrait gallery of fan holders, the women who made the language live. Let me spend a little time now with specific women, real women, or at least women as close to real as history allows us to approach, who carried fans through the social world of Victorian England and used them in ways that have been recorded. Lady Blessington Marguerite, Countess of Blessington, one of the most famous hostesses of the early 19th century, friend of Byron and Dickens and half of fashionable literary London, was known for her skill in social navigation. Her salon at Gore House in Kensington was one of the great gathering places of the period, and she presided over it with a combination of warmth, intelligence, and social mastery that all of her contemporaries remarked upon. Lady Blessington's skill at non-verbal communication, at managing rooms, at directing social situations through the smallest of gestures, at creating the atmosphere she wanted through the arrangement of her own presence in a space, is documented in numerous contemporary accounts. Her fan was, by these accounts, an extension of this skill, a prop and a tool that she used with the same ease and intention with which she used everything else in her formidable social repertoire. Frances Trollope, mother of the novelist Anthony Trollope, and a significant author and social observer in her own right, traveled extensively and observed the social customs of both America and Europe with the sharp eye of a professional writer and the personal experience of a woman who had navigated a great deal of social difficulty in her own life. Her observations on the social languages of the Victorian period, including the non-verbal codes of the drawing room, are scattered through her travel writing and social commentary, and they give us a picture of a woman who understood these systems completely, had used them herself, and could analyze them with the clarity that comes from both practice and intellectual distance. The unknown correspondent, and then there are the women we don't know by name, the women whose letters survive in archives, whose diaries have been preserved in library collections, whose names appear in social registers and parish records, women who lived their lives in the drawing rooms and ballrooms of Victorian England, who held their fans and used their silent languages, who loved and hoped and sometimes despaired. These women are present in the historical record in fragments. A letter here, a diary entry there, a name on a dance card, a photograph stiff and formal, the long exposure requiring absolute stillness, the fan held carefully in gloved hands. Looking at Victorian photographs of women with fans is one of the small pleasures of historical research. The fan in the photograph is held in whatever position the sitter chose or was directed to choose by the photographer, and you find yourself, irresistibly, reading the position. What is she saying? Is it intentional? Was she thinking about the language when the photograph was taken? You can't know. That's the thing about historical silence. It speaks, but you can't always hear what it's saying. The last ballroom and evening at the end of the era, I want to take you to one last scene before we begin our slow journey toward the end of this long story. Imagine a ballroom, not the great ballrooms of Mayfair, not the glittering chandeliered halls of the season. A more modest room, a country assembly room perhaps, in a market town in the west of England. The year is 1895. The century is ending. The world is changing, though the people in this room don't fully know yet how much it will change. The room is warm with gaslight and human bodies. The orchestra, a modest affair, 6 or 7 musicians, plays a waltz. The floor is busy. Along the walls, in chairs and on small sofas, the older women sit and watch, and some of them hold fans. Near the long windows, a young woman stands with her chaperone. She is 22. She has been to many balls. This is her 4th or 5th season, and she has not yet found, in the official terminology of the time, a situation. She is unmarried. Her family is beginning to wonder quietly. She holds a fan. It is a good fan, not exceptional, but good, painted silk on sandalwood sticks, a present from her mother on her 18th birthday. Across the room, a young man stands with another man of about his age. He is 26. He is in trade, not landed gentry, but solid, respectable commercial family. He has met this young woman once before at a house party in the summer. They were introduced. They spoke for perhaps 8 minutes. He has thought about her occasionally since then. He is watching her now. She doesn't look at him, or appears not to, but she is aware of him. She has been aware of him since he entered the room 40 minutes ago. She raises her fan open, held in her right hand in front of her face. He notices. He has learned enough of the language to notice. He is not quite sure what he has seen. It might have been nothing, just a warm woman cooling herself by a window, but he thinks it might have been something. He moves, after a few minutes, in the general direction of the far side of the room, which happens to be the direction of the windows. She lowers her fan, holds it in her left hand at her side. He approaches through the room, nodding to acquaintances, apparently simply circulating. He is close enough now, close enough to speak if there were a proper occasion for speaking. He looks for an intermediary, someone who knows them both, who could make a formal introduction, or who could confirm that the introduction from the summer is sufficient. There is someone, a mutual acquaintance, standing nearby, whom he catches the eye of. A brief exchange. The mutual acquaintance moves toward the young woman. There is a moment of conversation, a gesture in his direction. He approaches. They speak for 6 minutes. He asks for a dance on her card. She grants him the next waltz and the supper dance. The supper dance, traditionally the most significant of the evening, the dance before the midnight supper, is a significant grant. They dance. In the close proximity of the waltz, they speak more freely than the drawing room allows. Small things are said. Impressions are formed. Something tentative and fragile begins. Later in the evening, leaving the room to find a glass of water, she passes near him again. For a moment, a very brief moment, their eyes meet directly, without any fan or glove or intermediary to mediate. His eyes hold something, hers answer. It is not the fan language. It is older than the fan language. It is older than Victorian England, older than England, older than any of the social codes that have generated and surrounded and documented and elaborated the silent language of fans. It is the oldest communication humans have, and it needs no dictionary. The quiet archive, what remains, and what is gone, all of history is an archive. The present becomes the past, and the past, in fragments, in accidents, in the things that happen to be preserved, becomes the historical record. The archive of the fan language is particular and particular in its gaps. What we have the fans themselves, thousands of them in collections around the world. Beautiful objects carefully preserved, giving us the physical reality of what people held in their hands in Victorian ballrooms. We have the dictionaries, those charming, earnest little books, their pages browned with age, their lists of gestures and meanings still perfectly legible. We have the novels and plays and short stories. The Becky Sharps and the Lady Windermeres and all the unnamed women and men of Victorian fiction who communicated through the silent language of their accessories. We have the letters, the vast, extraordinary archive of personal correspondence from the Victorian era, in libraries and private collections and family archives. That gives us glimpses of the emotional lives behind the propriety. We have the etiquette manuals, the official rules, and what those rules reveal by implication about the realities they were trying to manage. And we have the photographs, the stiff, formal images of Victorian men and women in ball gowns, in morning dress, in the elaborate costumes of their time, holding fans in positions that we can no longer quite read. What we don't have, what is gone, irretrievably, is the living practice itself, the moment in the ballroom. The specific gesture made by a specific woman to a specific man on a specific evening in 1870 or 1855 or 1888. the private meaning carried by a fan moved in a particular way, understood by one person in a room of hundreds. Those moments are gone. They happened, and the people who lived them lived their lives, married or didn't marry, loved and lost and grew old and died. Their private languages died with them. What remains is the outline. The vocabulary without the conversation, the dictionary without the speakers. And yet, I find this hopeful rather than sad, because the outline itself is remarkable. The evidence that people found ways to speak to each other, even when the world told them they couldn't, even when the social rules made direct communication nearly impossible, even when they had to encode their most important feelings in the position of a folded fan, that evidence is moving. It speaks to something very stubborn and very beautiful in human nature, the refusal to be entirely silenced. The insistence on finding a language even when the official languages are forbidden. The language that never ends. Why we are still telling this story. Why are we telling this story? Why in the 21st century, in a world of smartphones and instant messaging and a social landscape that would be completely alien to the Victorian women who held their fans in London ballrooms, why does the story of the fan language still matter? I think there are a few answers. The first is historical. The fan language and the broader world of Victorian nonverbal communication tells us something specific and important about how people lived and loved in the 19th century, about what it felt like to navigate a world of severe restrictions, about the creativity and intelligence that people brought to those restrictions, about the gap between the official social world and the lived emotional reality beneath it. Understanding this helps us understand the literature, the art, the social history of the period more fully. When you read a Victorian novel and a character uses her fan, you now know what might be meant. When you look at a Victorian painting of a ball, you can now read the fans in a different way. History becomes richer, more textured, more human. The second answer is more personal. The fan language story speaks to something universal in human experience, the need to communicate what cannot easily be said. Every person who has ever been in love knows something about the gap between feeling and expression. Every person who has ever navigated a restricted social environment knows something about the ingenuity required to find channels for communication that the environment doesn't officially provide. The Victorian women with their fans are very far away in time. But the experience they were navigating, the experience of having something important to say and no sanctioned way to say it, is not far away at all. The third answer is something like wonder. The fan language is wonderful, genuinely wonderful, in the literal sense of the word. It is a human achievement that deserves to be known and appreciated. The fact that people developed and maintained and used and refined this elaborate and elegant system of silent communication, that they turned a cooling accessory into a complete emotional vocabulary, is remarkable. It's the kind of thing that makes you feel, across the centuries, a kind of affection and admiration for the people who did it. We are telling this story because it deserves to be told, and because the people who lived it deserve to be remembered. The Morning Fan, a final meditation on silence and language. I want to close with a thought about silence. The fan language is, at its heart, a language made of silence. It exists in the space where speech is not. It fills the gap that propriety carved out of human communication, using the smallest possible means, a gesture, a position, a movement, to carry the largest possible meanings. And in a strange way, this makes it more intimate than speech, because silence is intimate. The things we communicate without words, the glance, the gesture, the careful management of proximity carry a weight that words sometimes can't. When two people communicate in a shared private language, invisible to everyone else, they are doing something that creates and confirms intimacy. The shared code is the intimacy. The fact that only you and I understand this gesture, only you and I know what this position means, only you and I are having this conversation in a room full of people who think nothing is being said, that fact is itself the connection. This is, I think, why the fan language still captures the imagination. Not because it was efficient, it wasn't particularly. Not because it was reliable, it wasn't always that either, but because it was intimate. Because it created, in the otherwise very public and supervised world of the Victorian drawing room, spaces of absolute privacy. Two people who were using the fan language together were, in the deepest sense, alone together in a room full of people. The language made them alone. It gave them a private world that no chaperone could enter, no etiquette manual could regulate, no social rule could reach. That is a beautiful thing. That is a very human thing. And it is perhaps a reminder of something we sometimes forget. That language is not only communication. Language is also intimacy. It is also the act of saying, I see you, I am speaking to you, there is something between us that is only ours. The fan language said this. In silk and ivory and painted paper, in the careful movement of a wrist across a candlelit ballroom, in the position of fingers on folded sticks, it said, I see you, I am speaking to you, there is something between us. And isn't that, in the end, what all language is for? A slow walk through the history, once more a gentle review as morning approaches, as morning comes closer, very slowly, as all mornings do when you have been awake long enough to watch for them. Let me walk us gently back through the story we have spent this long night telling. We began with the world that made the fan necessary. The Victorian social world, its ballrooms and drawing rooms, its chaperones and etiquette manuals, its strict rules about what could and could not be said between men and women in polite company. We met the fan itself, its long history, from the ancient world through the courts of Asia and Europe to the 19th century drawing rooms of England. An object that began as a practical cooling device and became, over centuries of cultural accumulation, one of the most symbolically loaded accessories in the history of fashion. We learned the vocabulary, the specific gestures and their meanings, the right hand and the left hand, the open fan and the closed fan, the fan at the cheek, at the lips, at the forehead, the fan twirling slowly in the left hand, the fan shutting very slowly in a promise, the fan threatening in a rebuke. We explored the social spaces where the language was spoken, the ballroom, the drawing room, the opera house. We understood why each of these spaces created particular conditions for the fan language, and how people navigated the supervision of chaperones and the observation of society to find private channels of communication. We read about the men who learned the language, the more socially sophisticated of them, who paid careful attention and acquired fluency in a vocabulary officially designed for women. We traveled to Japan and China and India to find the deep roots of the fan's cultural significance, the ancient traditions that gave the fan its weight and its capacity for meaning, long before it arrived in Victorian England. We looked at the published dictionaries, those extraordinary artifacts still sitting in archives, their lists of gestures and meanings preserved for us to read. We thought about the fan language as a form of resistance, as a way for women to exercise agency and express their own desires in a social world that severely restricted their ability to do either of these things directly. We met the companion languages, the glove and the handkerchief and the ring, and understood the fan language as one expression of a much broader Victorian vocabulary of silent communication. We went to Spain and France and Italy, and saw how the fan language varied across European cultures while retaining its essential logic. We thought about the letters that passed between people who couldn't speak directly, and about how those letters carried their own kind of encoded meaning, a written version of the fan language's oblique eloquence. We followed the fan language into Victorian literature, into Dickens and Hardy and Wilde, and saw how the novelists documented and shaped the practice they were observing. A gentle pause. The birds are louder now, a small chorus, very young sounding, very fresh. Morning is real, very close. We thought about the decline, about how the social changes of the late 19th and early 20th centuries loosened the restrictions that had made the fan language necessary, and how the language faded as those restrictions faded. And we thought about what the fan language left behind, the fans themselves, the dictionaries, the literature, and the deeper insight into the human capacity to find language in unlikely places. All of this, the whole long story, was the story of people finding ways to speak when the world told them they couldn't. The Last Fan, a quiet final story. Let me tell you one last story. A small one. Quiet. I don't know if it's true. It has the quality of a story that might be true, that feels true, that tells something true about the world even if the specific details didn't happen in exactly this way. There is a fan in a museum. A real fan. I won't name the museum because I want you to be able to imagine it is any museum in any city holding fans from any period of the Victorian era. It is a silk fan painted with a garden scene. Two figures in the garden, a man and a woman, small, distant, walking. The silk is faded now, the colors not what they were, but you can still see the garden, the roses, the gravel path, the shade of a tree that the painter put at the right edge of the composition. The sticks are ivory. Very fine, carved with tiny flowers. The fan belonged to a woman whose name is in the museum's records. She was born in the 1840s and died in the 1920s. She was married in 1869 to a man whose name is also in the records. The museum doesn't know the story of the fan beyond these facts. They don't know if it was a wedding gift, or a gift from the man she married, or an inheritance, or something she bought herself. They don't know if she used the fan language, and if she did, who she used it with. They don't know what she said silently at whatever balls and drawing rooms and opera evenings she attended across the decades of her adult life. They don't know if she ever held the fan in the right hand in front of her face and signaled across a ballroom to someone who mattered to her. But someone loved her enough to give her a fan with a garden painted on it. A man and a woman, small and distant, walking in a garden together, and she kept it. For the rest of her life, she kept it, and eventually it came to the museum, and it has been there since, in a glass case in a gallery, waiting. The fan is still there, its silk is still faded, its ivory sticks still carved with tiny flowers. The couple in the painted garden still walk their eternal garden, never arriving anywhere, always in motion. The woman who held it is gone. Whatever she said with it, whatever messages she sent across candlelit rooms, whatever feelings she expressed through the angle of its opening and the position of its hold, all of that is gone, but the fan remains. And in its remaining, it keeps something of the story. Not the specific words, those are lost, but the fact of the story, the fact that there were words, the fact that someone spoke. That is enough. That is, in the end, what history gives us. Not the full story, never the full story, but the evidence that the story existed. The knowledge that people were here and felt things and found ways to say so. The slow ending as morning comes fully, and we have been here a long while. You and I, we have walked through the ballrooms of Victorian England. We have learned the vocabulary of fans, the right hand and the left, the open and the closed, the cheek and the lips, and the slow shut promise of marriage. We have traveled to Japan and China and followed the fan through centuries and continents. We have read the dictionaries and the novels and the letters. We have sat in imaginary opera boxes and watched imaginary fans moving in the shadows of imaginary chandeliers. And now morning is coming, fully and genuinely coming, the light growing, the birds settling into their ordinary songs, the world outside preparing to be the world again. There is something lovely about having spent the night with a story like this one, a story about people who found ways to speak when they weren't supposed to, who encoded their most important feelings into the smallest of gestures, who turned an ordinary object into a language because they needed to, because human beings always find a way to say what needs to be said. The fan language is gone. The ballrooms are mostly gone. The chaperones are certainly gone, and thank goodness for that, even if we can appreciate the social creativity they inadvertently inspired. The specific world that needed the fan language doesn't exist anymore, but the impulse behind it, the need to reach across a supervised distance and touch another person, to say something private in a public space, to find a channel when the official channels are closed, that impulse is as alive as it ever was. And maybe that's the real reason the story of the fan language is worth telling. Not just as history, though it is good history, true history, human history, but as a reminder that people have always been ingenious about love, that the restrictions placed on human feeling have never quite managed to silence it, that wherever there is need to communicate, language will be found in silk and ivory, in the angle of a wrist, in the slow opening of a painted fan in a candlelit room. Let the morning settle around you now gently. Let the story settle too, not ending sharply, not demanding to be summarized or concluded, just settling like the dust settles in a room where something beautiful has been happening all night. Somewhere in an archive or a museum or a glass case in a gallery, a fan is being held by air and time. Its silk has faded. Its ivory has yellowed. The painted scene on it, a garden, a couple walking, a tree at the edge of the composition, has softened with the decades, but it is still a fan. It is still the kind of object that someone once held in their hand at a ball on an evening that mattered. And if you knew how to read it, if you knew the language, it might still be saying something. Interlude, and as the night deepens, a reorientation around the hour mark, and as the night deepens around you, as the hours settle in their slow, patient way, let us remember where we are. We are in the middle of a long story about a secret language, about the fans that women carried in Victorian ballrooms, and the things those fans said in silence, and the people who learned to read them. We have been talking about the world that made this language necessary, the strict social codes, the ever-present chaperones, the gap between feeling and expression that the Victorians maintained with such extraordinary, exhausting care. We have talked about specific gestures and their meanings, about the fan in the right hand and the left hand, about the slow shut that meant a promise, about the slow twist that meant goodbye. And now, if you are still with me, if the story has been keeping you company through these quiet hours, let us continue. There is more to tell. There always is with the past. The past is deeper than any one night, deeper than any single telling. But we are making our way through it together, and that is a good thing. Let us go deeper. The fan makers, the craftspeople behind the language, we have spent considerable time with the fans as objects of use, as communication devices, as fashion accessories, as social props. But I want to spend some time now with the people who made them, the craftspeople whose work enabled the whole language, because the fan language couldn't have existed without extraordinarily skilled craftspeople. The fans themselves, the beautiful objects that women carried into ballrooms and drawing rooms and opera houses, were the products of very specific, very demanding craft skills that took years to develop and that were concentrated in particular places and particular traditions. Let me tell you about the fan makers of London. By the mid-Victorian period, London was one of the great centers of European fan production. The industry was concentrated particularly in certain neighborhoods. Spitalfields in the east of the city was known for its silk weaving and its related craft trades, including fan making. But fan makers could be found across the city, in workshops ranging from the substantial to the very small. The production of a fine fan was a collaborative process involving multiple skilled workers. The stick maker, the craftsperson who carved and polished and decorated the sticks and guards, was one specialist. Ivory carving required particular skill. The fine pierced work that decorated the most elaborate fans demanded extraordinary patience and precision, working with tools that had to be very sharp and very carefully handled, carving patterns so fine that they are almost impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. The leaf maker was another specialist. For silk fans, the silk had to be cut and shaped and attached to the sticks with care. The tension had to be right, the attachment secure but not stiff, allowing the fan to open and close smoothly. For lace fans, the lace itself might be the work of yet another craftsperson, sometimes coming from specialized lace-making centers in England or Belgium or France. The painter was perhaps the most celebrated of the fan-making specialists. A skilled fan painter, someone who could paint, on a fan-shaped surface of silk or chicken skin, a scene of mythological or romantic or botanical beauty at a scale so small that individual figures might be no more than an inch tall, with all the detail of a miniature painting, was a genuine artist, commanding significant fees for significant commissions. The fan makers occupied an interesting social position in Victorian London. They were skilled artisans, craftspeople whose work required years of training and practice, but they existed at the intersection of the artisanal and the artistic. A fine fan painter might aspire to the status of a fine artist. The line between fan painting as craft and fan painting as art was not always clear. Women were significantly represented in some aspects of fan production. Fan painting in particular was considered an appropriate occupation for women with artistic training. There were women who made their living as fan painters, and they were not always at the bottom of the professional hierarchy. Some female fan painters achieved considerable reputations. This is a pleasing irony, that the fans used by women to conduct their secret social communications were sometimes made, in part, by women working in the commercial and artisanal world that the drawing room women were largely excluded from. The craft traditions of the fan and the social traditions of the fan language operated in parallel worlds that rarely touched each other directly, but both were sustained by women's knowledge and women's work. The workshop, let me describe a fan workshop. Not a specific, documented one, the records are too fragmentary for that, but a plausible reconstruction, based on what we know about craft workshops of the period. It is a building in Spitalfields. The ground floor is the workshop proper, long tables, good north-facing windows to provide even light for the detailed work, the smell of varnish and glue, and the faint floral smell of the silk. The workshop is run by a master craftsman, a man in his 50s, a member of the Worshipful Company of Fan Makers, the guild that regulated the trade, with 3 or 4 apprentices and several journeymen workers. The journeymen work at the tables. One is a stick maker, carving the fine pierced pattern on a set of ivory sticks for a commission from a Bond Street fan shop. The ivory is warm to the touch, almost skin-like, and it carves cleanly when the tools are sharp. The pattern he is working is a repeated design of roses and ribbon, conventional, yes, but executed with care and skill that makes the conventional thing something real. At another table, a young woman is painting the leaf for a different fan, a commission for a wedding gift. She is working in gouache on chicken skin, a medium that requires very careful handling because the skin is almost impossibly fine and will cockle and buckle if it gets too damp. Her brushes are the very smallest she owns. She is painting 2 figures in a classical landscape, not identifiable mythological subjects, just the general classical flavoring that fashionable taste of the period demanded. Near the window, an older woman is stretching silk over a set of bone sticks, attaching it with tiny stitches so fine they are nearly invisible. She has been doing this for 30 years. Her hands know the tension required without her having to think about it. The workshop is not loud. Fan making is not loud work. There is the soft sound of carving, the occasional tap of a tool, the rustle of silk, the patient breathing of people engaged in detailed work. Outside the window, Spitalfields goes about its business. Carts on the cobblestones, voices, the ordinary sounds of Victorian London, and inside the workshop, the fans are being made. The beautiful objects that will end up in the hands of women in drawing rooms and ballrooms across the city, that will be carried into social situations and used to say things that can't be said directly, that will carry messages invisible to everyone except the one they're meant for. The fan makers don't know this. Or perhaps some of them do. Perhaps the woman stitching the silk has a sister who uses fans this way. Perhaps the painter has been to balls herself and knows what a fan held in the right hand means. Perhaps they smile sometimes at the thought that the beautiful things they are making will have 2 lives, the visible one and the secret one. The Season, London's annual theatre of social negotiation, to fully understand the context in which the fan language operated, you need to understand something called the season. The season was the annual period, roughly from April or May through July or early August, during which fashionable English society converged on London for a concentrated period of social activity. During the season, the aristocracy and the upper gentry moved from their country estates to their London houses, and the social calendar of balls, dinners, parties, theater evenings, opera evenings, and various public events was crammed into these few months with an intensity that seems, in retrospect, almost militaristic. The season was, at heart, a marriage market. The primary social function of all this activity, the balls, the parties, the endless rounds of visiting and entertaining, was to bring together young people of appropriate social standing who might marry each other. Families with daughters of marriageable age came to London specifically for this purpose. Having a daughter come out, make her formal debut into society, was the beginning of a family's season, and successfully getting a girl settled, meaning married to an appropriate man, was its goal. The scale of the season is difficult to imagine for modern readers. At the height of the Victorian season, there might be several major balls happening on the same night, each attended by hundreds of guests, each requiring elaborate preparations over weeks and months. The invitations, the clothing, the carriages, the hairdressing, the coordination of dance cards, the organizational demands of a proper season were enormous. And through all of it, in every drawing room and ballroom and box at the opera, the social communication systems we've been discussing were operating at full intensity. The season was the peak period of fan language use, the time when the most eligible young women and men were in the greatest concentration, when the social pressure was at its highest, when the need to communicate across supervised distances was most urgent. A young woman who arrived in London for her first season was entering a world of almost overwhelming social complexity. The rules were many and intricate. The stakes were high. A bad season could damage a family's social standing, and a failed season, no suitable offers received, required another year's effort and expense. The competition was real, even if it wasn't acknowledged as competition. And the fan language in this context was both a survival tool and a form of play. A way of navigating the complexity with some degree of personal agency. A way of expressing the self in a world that demanded the self be kept very carefully contained. A week in the season, let me sketch a week in the season for you, a representative week. Not any specific week, in the 1860s or 1870s, drawn from the composite picture that social histories and memoirs provide. Monday, an afternoon call to two acquaintances in Belgravia. The calls are 15 minutes each, precisely. The conversation is general, the weather, a recent concert, a mutual friend's new baby. The fan is carried but not used for anything more than occasional actual fanning. In the evening, a small dinner party at home, 8 covers. The fan is put away for dinner. It appears again in the drawing room afterward during the musical entertainment. Tuesday, a morning ride in Hyde Park. The fashionable hour for riding is between 10 and noon. You are not alone, you are with a groom. But the park is full of people, and the social observation of who rides with whom, who nods to whom from their horse or carriage, is as significant here as anywhere. A fan is not carried while riding, but the social reading and communication that the park enables is part of the same broader system. Wednesday, a garden party in the afternoon at a house in Kensington. This is exactly the kind of occasion, outdoor, relatively relaxed, with some freedom of movement, where the fan language operates most naturally. The afternoon is spent in a complex negotiation of social positioning. Who stands near whom, who moves when, who is seen speaking to whom for how long. Thursday, a ball, the most important event of the week. The preparations begin in the afternoon, the hair, the dress, the gloves, the fan. The ball itself begins at 10 and continues until 2 or 3 in the morning. The dance card fills up, the orchestra plays, the rooms are hot, the fans are busy. Friday, recovery, a quiet day, letters written, notes sent, the social accountancy of the week, what was achieved, what remains to be done, who said what and what it might mean. Saturday, an afternoon at the opera, Don Giovanni perhaps or Rigoletto. The box is shared with family friends. The opera glasses are in use. The fan is open in the warm opera house. Across the auditorium, a man who was at Wednesday's garden party is in another box. He has opera glasses. At a certain moment, his opera glasses are turned toward this box. The fan moves very slightly in the left hand. Sunday, church in the morning, a quiet afternoon. The fan is put away. It is not a day for fan language, for social navigation, for the subtle competitions and communications of the fashionable world. It is a day for something else, for family, for quiet, for the private life that exists behind the social performance. And on Monday, it begins again. The chaperone's perspective, the observer who was also observed. We have talked a great deal about the chaperone as a system, as the social mechanism that made the fan language necessary. But I want to take a moment to think about the chaperone as a person, as a specific human being sitting in a chair at a ball watching. Because the chaperone was not a villain and she was not a machine. She was a person, typically an older woman, married or widowed, with her own history of navigating the social world we've been describing. She had very often been a young woman herself in drawing rooms and ballrooms. She had carried her own fan. She knew the language, which means that the relationship between the chaperone and the fan language was considerably more complicated than a simple dynamic of censor and speech. A chaperone who had been a fashionable young woman herself, who had used the fan language, who knew its vocabulary, who could read a gesture across a ballroom as well as anyone, was not simply an oblivious monitor. She was an informed one. She knew what she was looking for. She knew what the fan could say. This knowledge cut in multiple directions. It meant she could, if she chose, prevent communication by positioning herself in ways that made certain fan signals impossible. It meant she could monitor a young woman's communications with more sophistication than an uninformed observer could. And it meant she could choose, in certain circumstances, to see things she was technically capable of seeing, or to look the other way. The deliberate not seeing of the chaperone is one of the more interesting phenomena of Victorian social life. There is considerable evidence, in memoirs, in letters, in social histories, that experienced chaperones regularly chose to pretend they hadn't seen things that they had in fact seen very clearly. Why? Several reasons. First, because the chaperone herself might have some sympathy for the young woman she was supervising, might understand the desire for communication, might remember what it felt like to be young and restricted and full of feeling with no sanctioned outlet. A chaperone who had once been in love, who had once needed to communicate across a supervised distance, might feel a certain quiet solidarity with the young woman in her care. Second, because some communication that was technically improper was practically harmless. A brief fan signal across a ballroom, conveying interest or encouragement, was not the same as a private meeting in a garden. A chaperone who could distinguish between socially meaningful but harmless communication and genuinely dangerous transgression could choose to permit the former while preventing the latter. Third, because even chaperones had social networks and social interests. A chaperone was often a friend or family connection of the young woman's family, and she had an interest in the young woman making a good match. If a suitable young man was showing interest, if the fan language was facilitating a promising early connection, a canny chaperone might calculate that a degree of controlled communication served everyone's interests. The chaperone, in other words, was not simply a ceiling placed over the fan language. She was part of its social ecology, another intelligent, observant actor in the same complex social game. And the fan language, for its most sophisticated users, was practiced in full awareness that the chaperone could see, and in a way calibrated to what the chaperone could be relied upon to look away from. This added yet another layer of complexity to the communication system. You weren't just encoding a message for one recipient. You were encoding it in a way that was invisible to the chaperone, or, if not quite invisible, then at least deniable. You were managing multiple audiences simultaneously, the intended recipient, who needed to be able to read the signal clearly, and the chaperone, who needed to be unable to object to what she saw, or who needed to find it easy to pretend she hadn't seen it. This is not simple. This is something approaching social genius, executed in silk and ivory under candlelight, in a room full of other people doing the same thing. The language after dark midnight and the deepest hours of the ball there is a particular quality to the latest hours of a Victorian ball. The musicians are tired, the candles have burned lower in their holders, and the quality of light has shifted from the bright golden warmth of the early evening to something more amber, more intimate, more shadowed. The younger guests have begun to flag. Some families have already made their farewells, but others remain. The ones who are still engaged, still in the middle of something, still waiting for something to happen or to resolve. These are the people who push through to the supper dance and beyond, who are still on the floor at 1 in the morning, when the number of couples has thinned enough that everyone remaining can see everyone else clearly. In these late hours, the fan language changes character. In the early part of the evening, when the ballroom is full, when the light is bright, when the chaperones are alert and the social performance is at its most formal, the fan language is careful and subtle. Small gestures, easily deniable, calibrated to be invisible to all but the intended recipient. But in the later hours, when fatigue has lowered the guard of the observers, when the social formalities have loosened somewhat, when even the chaperones are tired and the strict monitors of earlier in the evening have become rather more indulgent, the fan language can afford to be slightly less careful. This is not recklessness. The fan language never becomes reckless. The stakes are always high enough to maintain the fundamental requirement of deniability, but it can become slightly more direct. Slightly more urgent, slightly more clear. The supper dance, taken at midnight, followed by the supper itself, which is when the dancing pauses and people sit at small tables and actually eat and drink and talk, is the most socially significant moment of the evening for exactly this reason. The supper dance partner is your companion at supper, which means that whatever communication has been happening through fans and glances across the evening can, at this point, become slightly more verbal, slightly less encoded. The transition from the fan language to the verbal conversation of the supper table is its own kind of communication. The fan at the supper table is set aside or held loosely in the hands, not in use. The private language is suspended in favor of actual speech. And the speech, informed by everything that has passed in the fan language through the evening, carries its own weight of significance. A man and a woman at a supper table, at midnight, after an evening in which they have been communicating through fans across a ballroom. This is a couple who knows considerably more about each other's feelings than the brief, formal conversation they've been permitted through official channels would suggest. The fan language has done its work. The fan in morning darkness, loss, and the somber fan. Not all fans were carried in ballrooms. Not all fan language was the language of flirtation and courtship. The Victorian world had a profound relationship with death and mourning, a relationship far more formal and ritually elaborate than we typically maintain in the modern West, and the fan was part of that relationship too. Victorian mourning culture was one of the most systematized in history. Following the death of Queen Victoria's husband Prince Albert in 1861, an event that plunged the Queen into a state of grief so total and so publicly maintained that it shaped the entire culture of the remainder of the century, the rules governing mourning dress and behavior became extraordinarily detailed. The period of mourning for a close family member could last 2 years or more. During this period, the mourner's clothing, accessories, and social behavior were all governed by specific protocols. Black was the color of deep mourning, Jet, a type of black semi-precious stone, was used for jewelry. Hairwork, hair from the deceased, woven into brooches and lockets and rings, was a common memorial object. And fans, mourning fans, were a distinct category of object. Made in black silk or in white, white was also a mourning color in certain contexts and for certain periods of mourning, or in black and white together. These fans were the appropriate accessory for formal social occasions attended during a period of mourning. The language of mourning fans was somewhat different from the language of ordinary social fans. Both because the social context was different, mourning events were constrained and formal in ways that even ordinary Victorian social events weren't, and because the mourning fan was itself a declaration of grief, a communication made before any specific gesture was performed. A woman carrying a black fan was already saying something simply by carrying it. She was saying, "I am in mourning. I am in a state of loss. The social rules that apply to me right now are different from the social rules that applied last month. Please treat me with the particular gentleness appropriate to grief." The fan language in this context became more restrained, more muted, more careful, but it didn't disappear. Even in mourning, people had feelings that needed expressing. Even in the strictest period of Victorian bereavement, human connection continued to be necessary and to find its ways. There is something moving about this, about the persistence of human connection, even through the elaborate formal structures of grief. The black fan moved slowly in a drawing room where everyone present is observing the proprieties of mourning, communicating something intimate and human beneath the surface of all the appropriate darkness. Life insisting on itself, quietly, through the channels it can find. The fan in summer, the country house, and the garden, the fan language was not only a winter phenomenon, confined to the heated rooms of London's season. It followed the fashionable world into the country house visits of late summer and autumn, into a social environment quite different from the London drawing room and ballroom, with its own particular conditions and its own particular opportunities. The Victorian country house visit, typically lasting several days to a week or more, brought together a house party of guests who were, by the nature of the arrangement, in much more sustained proximity than the evening events of the season permitted. You were living in the same house, eating at the same table morning and evening, walking in the same gardens, participating in the same amateur theatricals and charades evenings and croquet matches. This sustained proximity changed the dynamics of communication considerably. In the ballroom, a brief fan signal across the room was significant precisely because of the brevity, the limited time available, the distance to be crossed, the social supervision to be navigated. In the country house, you might find yourself sitting in the same garden for an entire afternoon with 3 or 4 other people. In this setting, the fan language operated differently. Less in the mode of urgent signaling across distances, more in the mode of continuous quiet communication within close proximity. The fan could be used to modify and qualify verbal conversation, not as an alternative to speech, but in parallel with it, adding layers of meaning that the words alone didn't carry. A conversation in a garden between a man and a woman who both knew the fan language had this extra dimension. What she said with her mouth and what she said with her fan could be quite different things, complementary or contradictory or mutually elaborating. She might say in words something perfectly proper and social, and her fan might be saying simultaneously something considerably more direct. He could hear both. She knew he could hear both. They were both aware of the doubled communication, and the awareness itself was part of the intimacy. The garden was also, crucially, one of the social spaces where the rules of chaperonage were somewhat more relaxed. It would be quite unusual to be entirely alone in a garden. There were always other guests moving about, gardeners at work, various domestic life going on. But the informality of the outdoor setting and the relative freedom of movement it permitted created conditions where brief, private exchanges were possible in ways that the formal drawing room didn't allow. A dropped fan in a garden, retrieved by a man who happened to be nearby, created exactly the kind of brief permitted interaction that the fan language used to its fullest advantage. In the 30 seconds of the retrieval and return, a great deal could be communicated, not just through the deliberate signals of the fan language, but through eye contact, through proximity, through the particular way hands approached each other in the handing back of the fan. All of this sounds very small. And individually, each of these moments was very small. But the country house visit extended across days, and these small moments accumulated. By the end of a week, two people who had been communicating through fans and glances, and the managed proximity of garden walks and drawing room evenings had built a picture of each other's feelings that was quite detailed and quite reliable, even without having said a single direct word about any of it. The fan language was, in this respect, extraordinarily efficient. It conveyed information in very compressed form, at very low bandwidth, with very high accuracy, over extended periods of time, which is, in its way, a remarkable engineering achievement. The fan at the opera, a longer look music, darkness, and the silent word I promised earlier that we would return to the opera house, and I want to keep that promise. Because the opera and the fan language have a relationship that goes beyond simple venue, a relationship that is, in some ways, about the nature of opera itself. Opera is a form that deals, at its core, with extreme emotion. The emotions that opera portrays, love, jealousy, betrayal, grief, longing, triumph, are the most intense that human beings experience. Opera stages these emotions at full volume, in elaborate theatrical costumes, with full orchestral accompaniment. It is deliberately and unapologetically emotional excess, and the Victorian audience sitting in their boxes, watching these enormous emotions staged at this enormous volume, were people who had agreed, as a condition of their social lives, to experience their own emotions with extreme restraint. The woman in the opera box, watching Violetta die in La Traviata, feeling things about what she was seeing and about the man in the box across the auditorium who was looking at her through his opera glasses. She was experiencing all of this at full emotional volume on the inside, while presenting a perfectly composed surface on the outside. The fan language in this context was not just a practical communication tool, it was an emotional pressure valve. A way of externalizing, in the smallest possible way, some fraction of the feeling that the social performance required be kept entirely internal. The fan moving slowly in the opera house, in the darkness between acts, while the music still lingered in the air, this was not only a coded message. It was also a small, private acknowledgement of feeling, a tiny escape valve for emotion that had nowhere else to go. There is something about this that I find genuinely moving. The Victorians are sometimes characterized as emotionally repressed, as people who simply didn't feel deeply or who chose not to. But that's not right. They felt everything we feel. The evidence of their letters, their diaries, their literature, the intensity of Victorian feeling is extraordinary. They just had to manage it with extraordinary care in public. The fan language was one of the ways they managed that management. It gave feeling somewhere to go that wasn't nowhere. It gave emotion a tiny channel, and in the warm, dark, music-saturated space of the opera house, that channel, however narrow, however coded, was something. Fictional fans, the fan language in Victorian drama, the Victorian theatre, was, along with the novel, the dominant popular art form of the period. Theatre in Victorian England ranged from the grandeur of opera and the prestige of Shakespeare to the wildly popular melodrama of the commercial theatres and the burlesque and pantomime of the music halls. The Victorians went to the theatre in enormous numbers, and the theatre shaped their cultural imagination in profound ways, and the theatre used fans. Not just as props, though fans as props were ubiquitous in Victorian theatrical productions, particularly those set in aristocratic or fashionable social settings. The theatre used fans in ways that were deliberately engaging with the fan language tradition, using the gesture vocabulary of the drawing room to communicate things about character and situation to an audience who recognized what they were seeing. A theatrical heroine who, in a scene of social tension, performed a specific fan gesture was communicating something to the audience that went beyond what the scene explicitly showed. The audience, trained by the same cultural tradition that the characters inhabited, could read the fan just as the characters could. The fan became a kind of theatrical shorthand, a way of showing in gesture what might otherwise require extensive verbal exposition. This use of the fan in theatrical performance also served a pedagogical function, not intentionally, perhaps, but effectively. An audience member who watched a skilled actress perform fan language in a theatrical context was absorbing the vocabulary of that language even if they had never consulted a fan language dictionary. They were learning, by exposure, what it looked like and what it meant. This is one of the ways cultural codes propagate, not through explicit teaching, but through exposure to their use in narrative contexts. The fan language in theater helped maintain the fan language in life. The problem of parody, the theatrical use of fan language, was not always earnest. Comedy, satire, and parody found rich material in the conventions of the fan language, as they have always found rich material in the gap between social convention and human reality. The comic potential of the fan language is fairly obvious. A system of communication that depends on subtlety and shared understanding is inherently vulnerable to the comedy of misunderstanding, the wrong gesture made to the wrong person, the signal misread, the message intended for one person intercepted by another. All of the fan language's failure modes that I described earlier have their comic versions, and Victorian comedy exploited them thoroughly. Farce in particular loved the fan language, a farcical plot in which the fan signals are systematically misread, in which every character is misinterpreting every other character's fan gestures, and the resulting misunderstandings cascade toward increasingly chaotic conclusions, is exactly the kind of thing that Victorian audiences loved. But the comedy also served a serious function. Parody of the fan language was a way of acknowledging its existence publicly, of saying, in the safe space of theatrical comedy, yes, we all know this is happening, we all know this is what the fans mean. The parody was a form of meta-commentary on the social game, and in laughing at the game, audiences were confirming their membership in the culture that played it. The fan in music waltzes, songs, and the rhythm of the language, the waltz, was the dominant social dance of the Victorian era, and it had a relationship with the fan language that went beyond the simple fact that both were used in ballrooms. The waltz has a rhythm, a particular specific rhythm, that 3-beat sweep of 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 that has been the sound of ballrooms across the world for 2 centuries. This rhythm creates a kind of physical grammar for the bodies that move within it, a forward motion, a suspension, a turn, a return. The waltz is, at its heart, a language of bodies in space, a dialogue of weight and balance and trust, conducted through physical contact. The fan language and the waltz were, in this sense, 2 versions of the same thing. Both were non-verbal. Both operated through the body. Both carried meaning in their specific management of movement and space. And both required a partner who could read the signals, who knew the grammar, who responded in kind. But there was also a more specific relationship. The waltz's rhythm created a temporal framework within which the fan language could operate. Between dances in the pauses, while the orchestra rested and people moved around the room, there was time for fan signals. During a dance, the fan was set aside, impossible to use while dancing. But in the approach to a dance, in the negotiation of the dance card, in the moments of proximity during the dance itself, the whole system of non-verbal communication was operating, and the music itself was communicative. A particular piece of music, associated with a particular memory or occasion, could carry enormous emotional weight. When the orchestra began a waltz that 2 people had first danced together at a previous ball, the music was itself a message, recalling the previous occasion, referencing what had been communicated then, establishing continuity between that evening and this one. The fan language operated in time, in the social time of the season, in the temporal arc of a developing relationship, and music was the timekeeper of the ballroom. The 2 languages were intertwined. The small hours meditation, what the fan language teaches us about human connection. I want to spend the last portion of our night together thinking about what the fan language, as a phenomenon, teaches us about human connection. Because the fan language is not just a historical curiosity. It is a window into something fundamental about how human beings manage the relationship between feeling and expression, between self and society, between what we want and what we are permitted to want. The central insight of the fan language is this, that communication is never entirely suppressed. You can restrict it, constrain it, force it into indirect channels, but the human need to communicate with others who matter to us is so fundamental, so deeply embedded in what we are, that it will always find a way. The Victorians tried, with considerable thoroughness, to prevent certain kinds of communication. They built social structures designed to ensure that men and women could not speak freely to each other, could not be alone together, could not express attraction or interest or love without elaborate social scaffolding in place. And these structures were not mere suggestions, they were enforced, with real social consequences for those who violated them. And yet, people loved, people desired, people needed to communicate across the supervised distances of the drawing room and the ballroom, and they found ways. The fan language is the most elegant of these ways. Its elegance is not merely aesthetic, though it is aesthetically beautiful, a remarkable example of human creativity applied to a social problem. Its elegance is functional. It solved the problem it was designed to solve, with the minimum of resources and the maximum of intelligence. But what it teaches us, I think, is not just about the specific historical problem it solved. It teaches us something about the nature of human communication itself. Communication is not only about transmission, it is also about connection. When 2 people share a private language, even a language made of fan gestures in a Victorian ballroom, they are doing more than exchanging information. They are creating a shared world, a small, private, intimate world that exists between them and nowhere else. This is what intimacy is at its heart. Not mere physical proximity, not the formal structures of relationship, but shared meaning. The private language between two people is one of the most profound expressions of intimacy available to human beings. The fan language gave Victorian people access to this kind of intimacy in a world that otherwise made intimacy extraordinarily difficult to achieve. It created private worlds between people who were officially in public shared meanings, between people who were officially not speaking. And this is why the story of the fan language is not only a historical story, it is a human story. The experience it describes, the need to find a way, the ingenuity of finding one, the intimacy of shared private language, is an experience that belongs to all of us in every time. The inheritance, what we carry forward, every generation inherits something from the ones before it, not always consciously, not always knowingly. But the shapes of thought, the habits of feeling, the structures of social life, these are inherited. They come down through time in ways that are sometimes visible and sometimes invisible, sometimes acknowledged and sometimes completely unknown to the people who carry them. The Victorian era, for all its distance from us, is part of our inheritance. Its literature is our literature. Its social structures, the class system, the gendering of social life, the forms of domesticity, shaped the world we live in, even as we have modified or rejected many of their specific manifestations. And the fan language, what did it leave us? I think it left us, most of all, a sensitivity to the non-verbal. The long Victorian tradition of communication through gesture and object and position created a culture of close attention to non-verbal signals, a culture that was, by necessity, highly attuned to what people were communicating through means other than speech. This attentiveness is part of our cultural inheritance too, even if we don't practice the specific vocabulary of the fan language. The tradition of reading social situations closely, of attending to the small signals that tell you what people are actually feeling as opposed to what they are officially saying. This is something the Victorians practiced at an extraordinary pitch of refinement, and it has passed, in diluted but real form, into the culture that came after them. The novels they left us are part of this inheritance. Victorian fiction is, among other things, an extended training course in the close reading of social situations, in noticing what a character's gesture means, in understanding the gap between what people say and what they feel, in being alert to the small signals that carry enormous weight. Reading Victorian fiction makes you a better reader of people, and the objects they left us, the fans in the museums, the letters in the archives, the photographs in the library collections. These objects are part of the inheritance too, not just as historical documents, but as things that once lived in human hands, that were warm with human touch, that carried human messages across rooms that no longer exist. The last dictionary, a final inventory of the fan's secret words before we reach the end of our night together. I want to give you one more complete walk through the vocabulary, not rushed, not summarized, one slow, gentle, careful pass through the words. Imagine that you are in a ballroom. It is 1870. The candles are lit. The orchestra is playing. You hold a fan in your hands, a beautiful fan, painted silk on ivory sticks, and you are about to speak, carrying the fan in the right hand in front of the face. Follow me, carrying the fan in the left hand in front of the face. I am desirous of your acquaintance, drawing the fan across the cheek. I love you, drawing the fan across the forehead. You have changed, carrying the fan with the handle to the lips. Kiss me, letting the fan rest on the right cheek. Yes, letting the fan rest on the left cheek. No, opening a fan wide, wait for me. Placing the fan behind the head with the finger, do not forget me. Carrying the fan half open in front of the face. Come and speak to me, shutting the fan very slowly. I promise to marry you, twirling the fan in the left hand. I wish to get rid of you, twirling the fan in the right hand. I love another, fanning slowly. I am married, fanning quickly. I am engaged. Opening and shutting the fan. You are cruel, dropping the fan. We will be friends, threatening with the fan. Do not be so impudent. Pressing the half-opened fan to the lips. You may kiss me, drawing the fan through the hand. I hate you, drawing the fan across the eyes. I am sorry. Touching the tip of the fan with the finger. I wish to speak to you. Letting the fan fall. We will be friends. Holding the fan open and suspended. Is he free? Presenting the fan shut. Do you love me? All of these gestures, all of these words in the vocabulary of silence were once alive in the world, were once spoken in silk and ivory in candlelit rooms by people who needed to say something and had found a way to say it. They are quiet now. The rooms where they were spoken are mostly gone. The people who spoke them are long gone. The specific moments in which these gestures carried this weight of meaning, those moments are as irretrievably past as anything in human history, but the vocabulary remains. And in reading it, in letting these words settle in the mind, even as abstract knowledge, even as the historical record of a language we will never hear spoken, we are keeping something alive. The memory of the language, the knowledge that it existed, the understanding that people found it and used it and needed it. That is not nothing. That is, in fact, quite something. The final morning coming to rest, we have been here a long time, you and I long enough to watch the night move from its first dark toward its last. Long enough to travel through a world that no longer exists, to meet people who are long gone, to learn a language that is no longer spoken. Long enough, perhaps, to feel that something of that world has become present to us, not as mere historical information, but as genuine experience. The ballroom, the candlelight. The fan in the hand, with all its careful encoded meaning. This is what history does when it's told slowly enough and carefully enough. It doesn't just inform, it inhabits. It settles into the imagination and makes itself at home there. I hope the story of the fan language has made itself at home in your imagination tonight. I hope the Victorian drawing rooms and ballrooms have become, through the long hours of telling, slightly more real, not real as the present is real, but real as the past can be real, known, felt, understood as a genuine piece of the human story. Because that is what it is, a genuine piece of the human story, not a footnote, not a charming curiosity. A real chapter in the long history of human beings trying to connect with each other, trying to speak when the world told them not to, trying to say the things that needed to be said. Let the morning come in now. Let it come slowly, the way mornings come when you have been awake to watch for them. Let it come with its birds and its pale light and its quality of beginning, that particular feeling of a new day that you only really appreciate when you have been through the whole night to reach it. And as it comes, if you are lying down, let your body be heavy. Let the warmth of the room and the sound of the birds and the steady ticking of the clock that has been here all night settle you into rest. If you are sitting, let your eyes close. The story is finished, or rather, it has reached a resting place. Stories like this one don't really end. They just grow quiet and let you sleep. Somewhere in a museum in London or Paris or New York or Tokyo, a fan is resting in a glass case. Its silk is faded, its ivory sticks are yellowed with age. The painted scene on it, whatever it was, a garden or a mythological tableau or a pastoral landscape, has softened with the decades into something that is now mainly color and suggestion. The woman who held it is gone. Whatever she said with it is gone. The specific evening, the specific gesture, the specific man across the ballroom who understood all of that is gone, but the fan is still beautiful. And the fact of the story, the knowledge that there was a story, persists. You are part of that persistence now. Having spent this night with this story, you carry some piece of it forward. The fan language is slightly less forgotten than it was yesterday. The Victorian women who used it are slightly less entirely past. That is what stories do. That is why we tell them. Sleep now. Let the birds carry you. Let the clock count the morning in, beat by patient beat. Let the fan rest. Let everything rest.